Hi, everybody. Welcome. We're relatively on time this time, tonight. Welcome. We're Hard Knock Dice. I'm Ian, the Dungeon Master, or unless you think my last name's just DM, that could be it too. Who knows? Weird last name. But in this campaign that I run here on the Mondays, so today is the Ghost of Saltmarsh, and these fine fellows around me, some of whom have hats, are our players, our pirates. TM, question mark. Soon to be, perhaps, who knows. But yeah, they're on a pirate ship right now, so close enough. Pirate adjacent, buccaneer, privateer, whatever your preferred nomenclature is, quite frankly. But yeah, so before we start, brief announcements. Karate chops. This is foreshadowing. The first of which being we are still raising money for the International Medical Corps. So that should be popping up somewhere in the chat here momentarily. You should click on that link. It's benefiting people over in Ukraine for both the physical and the mental health stuff, which is very much needed for a lot of folks over there right now. So it's a good cause. I encourage you to click on it and donate what you can. Every little bit helps. Aside from that, I don't know if we got anything else. Yeah. I'm going over ahead and making sure I didn't miss any birthdays because so many people have had their birthday in like the last month and some change, like the last couple, the end of May and the beginning of June. It's been a lot. Two of those people are not here, so we're good. These two in my bottom left got theirs, so we're Gucci. Everybody knows what their D20s they got. So, last week on the Gosm, our friends were on a pirate ship. Specifically, the Frigid Cairn, captained by Prospero Artois, the French dude. And they were vibing. They spent the beginning of last session, they were chatting it up, discussing the things that Gloob and Jillian had learned in their discussions with the captain. Fucking apparently everybody's just gonna laugh their ass off. I love it. And they spoke, they theorized, they didn't know what the fuck was going on because nobody knows what the fuck is going on, the least of whom is me. And then they hung out for the rest of the day knowing that they had an appointment with the captain for this evening to kind of chat with him after having had the day to mull over the information they learned in the morning. They did so later. Bart cooked up some food, had Bria continue to serve people, trying to endear all the pirates to the giant fuck-ass squirrel on their boat. And they chatted a little bit, learned a little bit more, trying to probe Artois for what they could. Feel like the most common thing is somebody wants there to be a war between the Sea Princes and Keeland. Who that is and what their motivations are, it's a mystery. They're still trying to work that bit out. So is Artois. He's like, maybe you should ask some questions. They also learned of who Ward was, who made that little stick they found. They were told, like, oh yeah, Bloody Ward, that guy, who is an independent magical merchant within the holdings of the Sea Princes, specifically in Hull's Hearth, where they are going. But with more or less more questions than they have answers, which seems to be what you guys run into every time you guys find more information. You're like, yeah, I don't fucking know what to make of this, which brings me joy. You guys hung out some more. Spent some more time. Jakob and Bart had a little bit of a chit chat about like the vibes they were having here. Jakob just being very, very not cool with pirates, and even those that don't seem super scummy, they're not stopping people from being enslaved. So that's still not better. But Bart encouraging them maybe he'd make some pirate friends while they were on this boat. And Jakob said yes, but he didn't mean it. He said, sure, Dad. Maybe I'll make friends at camp. And Julian brooded, sinking ever deeper into a predatory kind of frenzy, almost, as he prepares to just bust it down on the Doctor and whatever defenses he has, to just absolutely tear them to shreds. And had a little bit of an intrusive thought of, man, those laurels would be a nice little trophy to have, in reference to the coral laurels that sprout out of the side of Captain Artois' head. So, not there for about a second, but just kind of, that's weird. Waking up the next day, Gloob continues to follow around / watch Captain Artois very closely. Julian continues to brood and think about things up on the deck, and Jakob busted his ass on a puddle of oil. Assuming it was Gloob, he went up to investigate. They started fussing, and then in that time period, Bart got stuck to a kitchen cabinet and couldn't get himself free. Gloob and Jakob came down to investigate, just as Bart was able to yank himself free of the kitchen cabinet, and then a bucket full of water was dumped over Jakob's head and then dropped on him. And that is where we're going to rejoin everybody, as you three are down below decks, being accosted by some mysterious prankster who's you're not sure what their nature is. And Julian is still totally unaware, because he is on the deck and just like, I don't know what they're doing. That's crazy. So what are you boys doing?
Jakob will just kind of rub his knuckles after punching the ceiling.
Did I see where the bucket fell from?
The ceiling, directly above Jakob's head. Because you were stuck up on the ceiling, looking around, and you were very hidden, and you were up there, and then I'll say, like, you noticed it, like, at the last second, like, you were glancing around, you didn't see anything, and then you hear Jakob exclaim and go, "Oh!" as water is dumped on him, and you see a hand right at the top of the ceiling as it then drops and lands on his head, and then the hand, gone.
Like, up into the ceiling?
Yep.
Yeah, don't punch the boat. I mean, we gotta live on this thing, and we're guests here.
Just roll a quick high-low to see if Gloob has heard of. No, we've fought a ghost, right? We fought a ghost.
I turn undead.
It's
oh
a
no,
ghost!
Captain, sorry.
It's a ghost. Ah!
Marcus.
I mean, could be.
Oh, I saw a hand and it went through the floor. The ceiling. My floor, your ceiling.
Can you usually see ghosts' hands?
I don't know. I mean,
Looks at Bart.
you're the one who's got a ring for it. Did you see anything?
I mean, that's for seeing my daughter. I mean,
She playing pranks on us?
Sin?
Yeah. Just floating right next to you. Like,
Did you see anything?
no. Just had to think about it for a second. I was like, nope.
You didn't drop any water on my head, did you?
I don't think so.
No, well, she said she didn't see anything, and she didn't drop any water on my head.
Because she was very clearly not paying attention. You get like she's sitting there, she's like thinking, she's doing that like, yeah, I'm thinking about it, when she very clearly is like, I have no fucking idea like what he's talking about. But you know, little kids do. They're like, yes, I am thinking about your question. Nope.
I'm gonna crawl over to where I saw the hand, and I'm gonna just go.
Yeah, you just kind of, it's just solid wood. I will say the hand that you saw, it definitely didn't look ghostly. It was like a long-fingered, almost like very dark, like maybe like slightly like black-furred hand. Like there might have been some very fine black fur on there. You're not quite sure. You only saw it for an instant before it retracted.
I'm gonna do like the knock and response type of knock, like doot 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 doot.
Is there any 2 bits?
From behind Bart, among the kitchenware here, in response.
Oh,
So like down near the floor, back over,
Perception
past Bart.
check.
Roll a perception check for me.
oh yeah, let's see if I can hear this.
Natural 20.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't. I expected that to be entirely fruitless. So I believe that's a 28 total.
Nice.
13.
13?
Do I hear it?
Oh yeah, you guys definitely hear. It's not hidden. It's not like, oh, stealthy knock. It's like is just like same volume. Is meant to get the attention of like the call and response. And so like I said, it's like you guys it's up above in the kitchen is where Gloob's at, and he's knocking. And then the answering knock is like directly behind you guys among like in the kitchenware. And you spin around, and I'll say with the natural 20, Bart, like you react the quickest, just in time to see a similar like long-fingered, slightly black-furred hand retract back into a wall again. Just like you can see the fingers as it disappears.
Does it seem like a hand that would belong to a medium or a small creature? Or...
I'll say with a natural 20, definitely small.
Definitely
like,
small.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't. It's some sort of small things, but you had a black hand with some fur on it. It's about maybe mine or Gloob size or something around about that size. I'd say not a full-grown creature, but it's definitely reaching through the dang walls and ceiling.
Well,
are there any other sailors or pirates in this fucking room?
All pirates are sailors, but not all sailors are pirates. It's like squares and rectangles.
Bugs and spiders.
Oh god, fucking D20. Not at this time, shockingly enough somehow. So thankfully you guys are maintaining your rep for the moment. You're like, cool, nobody knows.
I mean, should we talk to Captain Artois about him having, I don't know, a ghost on board?
I don't think he'd appreciate us too much stirring up rumors about there being a ghost on the boat.
I mean, that's why we talk to him, not anybody else.
Just so we're pay no heed to the tail spiral launch. I just need to be able to look at the boat. So don't worry about it.
We will walk into the kitchen where Bart saw it and just call out into the room again. Hey, what are you doing?
Roll a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Okay. That's a 16 on the first one, and a 9 on the second one.
So a total of a total of 9 or a total of 10?
Total of 9.
Total of 9.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where your stuff is.
Unless I get my D4 because we're at sea.
I will. Sure. Technically, yeah.
Go.
D4 go.
So is that
13.
13?
Hey.
You don't hear any response. But what's everybody's passive perceptions?
14.
14.
Mine's technically 23.
Technically, 23, right? Okay. Oh, good gravy.
But I think we ruled that as it being just 18.
Yeah, because you getting that for a fucking uncommon magical item is dumb. Doesn't matter. You guys hear a distinct, much louder splash of water, and like a. It's all like coming from your room.
Oh, son of a bitch. I'm gonna book to the
Yeah.
room.
Just go over, open it. That fucking bathtub is tipped over. There's water everywhere. Some of it's on your cot. Some of it didn't make it on the cots. The floor is wet. Anything you guys left on the floor in there, it's wet.
My tub.
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Artois.
What languages does everybody speak real quick?
Common and halfling.
Nice.
Common,
Mine don't matter.
common, grung, halfling, and thieves can't.
These can't. Okay.
Common, draconic, gnomish, and goblin.
All right. Yeah, you guys just hear as you step in. You see on the far side, away from you guys, a little face in there, and it is. I hate to say this, ugly as hell. This just absolutely ugly mug, like very like big rectangular, similar like black furred face with these big old like bright yellow eyes and like all kinds of teeth that are sticking out all over its mouth, and it just chatters something off at you, and before it pulls its head back into the wall and disappears.
Yep. It's time for Captain Artois. I'll be right back.
I mean, we can go together, or I mean, you can take the lead. Just keeping a safe falling distance behind Yakub in case he decides to take another spill on a set of stairs.
Put the helmet on. Head upstairs.
I
I
will
guess-
stay downstairs.
You
and
stay
I will
downstairs.
stay where I am
Uh-huh.
and ready in action to grapple this thing if I see it.
Okay, sure.
If we see the neck, or yeah, what is the proper title for a first mate?
Who's the first mate?
So
That's
if we
it?
see first mate Arstead, we can
Okay.
flag him down as well, I guess.
So yeah, you guys head up. I'll say why not? Yeah, Arstead's on because you guys are on the bottom level. That's where the kitchen and y'all's little room is. So y'all make it up to the next level, and you see Arstead is over like stepping over there, looking at like something in like their like some of their supplies, is like checking something. Sure enough.
Hey, first mate.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of an issue. Y'all ever have any weird fuzzy creatures coming in and out your walls and floors and ceilings, playing tricks on people? Yeah, I know it sounds weird as hell, but
What? Are you
there's some.
are you trying to?
I am being 100% honest with you.
He's think about it.
Do you see how wet
No.
I am?
Alright.
I can't say that we have. No.
There's some small creature that's going in and out of the walls. I mean, about my
Like-
size or
like
maybe
it's-
blue size.
Like
It's
holes
a-
in the walls.
No, it's physically passing through solid objects like a ghost or something. But we can see it. It's got big old eyes and craggly teeth and dark black, maybe dark brown, can't quite tell fur. And it seems to it glued my hand to one of the cabinets. So I just kind of like show what might be like little.
Like a little bit of like tar left over on your hand.
And put oil on one of the staircases. Made Yakov bust his tailbone.
Dumped water on my head.
I'm not. I can't say that I'm familiar. I'm not entirely certain. You're not yanking my chain.
You know any stories about something like? Well, I mean, I was gonna ask some of the other crew members, but
Right.
I didn't want to make them think that there's a haunted ship or something like that. I don't know. I always heard
I certainly
sailors
hope
and
that you
pirates
haven't-
and stuff were superstitious and stuff. So
I certainly hope you haven't brought a ghost on our ship. Yes, that'd be bad.
if it was a ghost, I could get rid of it. That'd be fine. But I don't know what that thing is. It seems to be physical, but it's passing in and out of walls.
I can't say I'm familiar. We'll ask the captain and perhaps Darweel and see if maybe he knows anything. Come on. He fucking turns around, is like, looks a little concerned.
It responded to when we knocked Shay with a haircut, so I mean it seems to be intelligent.
Huh. Yeah, let's go.
If we pass Julian, I'll
Yeah.
tell him to go find Gloob at the rooms and keep him company.
Okay, so
Just in case.
y'all been down there for a couple minutes at this point. Julian, are you just hanging out up there at this juncture?
He said it's time to fight the captain.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's still there.
Okay.
You're out there, and he's like, you have like a cat that's like staring at a wall like super intensely, and you're like, the fuck is that cat looking at? That's like Julian like looking out at the ocean right now, like leaning intensely on the banister.
What do you know that I don't? What can you see? Yeah, you guys see Julian just fucking zoning out on the ocean.
Let's kind of tap him on the head. You all right, Julian?
Fucking what the?
Yes. What's up?
All right. There's some weird shit going on. Might want to go downstairs and make sure Gloob's all right. I don't think anything like life-threatening, but there's something. I'll lean in close. And whisper, just like, I don't know, something playing some weird pranks or something, and they don't know about what we saw. So
Is
Doesn't
it
hurt to be
endangering
safe.
Gloob, or is it playing pranks?
playing pranks, but well, we don't know what it is, so it could change from pranks to not pranks.
Did you check with the captain?
Well, we checked with the first mate, and he doesn't know about it, and
Close
we're
enough.
going to check. But Gloob's downstairs, checking, making sure it doesn't mess with our stuff again.
Right. And like, still, like almost with the air of someone who like just got woken up from a nap, he will give himself a shake and head on downstairs.
As you're doing that, hey Gloob, can you tell me what all's in the bag of holding?
Oh no.
Two vials of acid, one antitoxin, one bedroll, one book, 36 bottles of liquor, one common clothes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 daggers, one grappling hook, one healer, 2 healers kits. No, 1 healer's kits because I gave one of those to Bart.
Let's save you some
one-
time. Can you just copy and paste that into Skype chat real fast?
Can I?
I don't know. Can you? Or screenshot? I don't care. Something. Just real fast.
There you go. Bam, right there.
I
Phenomenal.
also have a couple of things that you told me to keep a track of.
That is a
Not the
lot of
tinderbox.
shit.
Not the
Mhm.
tinderbox. Keep that one in there.
Okay. All right. Gloob, you're sat down there for a few moments. And the next few moments as you sit there, you're listening, you're waiting for this thing to grapple it. Bag of holding's gone.
The entire bag of holding
Whole
is
thing
off
is-
of my
yep.
person.
Mm-hmm. It's gone. Natural 20 sleight of hand.
Gloob takes out the rapier.
Oh shit!
And I will give myself Eagle Splendor for advantage on charisma checks.
Okay.
And I will say, I am all for pranks, but there are things in that bag that I value more than your life.
Make a straight intimidation check.
Okay. +1, unless I get. Do I get my D4 to this?
Sure, you're at sea.
Hey.
Not gonna help.
Oh no.
I rolled very, very bad. That is a 7 total.
Let's see. You have a lot of detail in this. Or was this just from your character sheet? Is this how it just copied it?
Correct.
That'll work. As you say that and you're panning around looking. As you pan, you hear as you turn back towards the stairs, towards the sound of the noise, and you see some like a mess tin, like a couple of like little metal plates of just, and this little hunched, like very long limbed but like kind of big hands and feet, covered in this like very light fur, or like very short fur, goes scuttling up the stairs away from you as it kind of throws a quick glance over its shoulder, and, like
I'm gonna chase it full speed.
Okay. Just
action, move action, bonus
Yeah.
action, dash.
So just for a quick as roll initiative for me real fast. I'm just gonna see. We're gonna see how this plays out.
Oh my god, I'm rolling like trash. 10.
10.
Yeah.
Oh my god, ain't with that d20. Oof, you somehow managed to roll better. Let me see here. I'm gonna see. Let me get whereabouts you were, because you were around the door to y'all's room. And you turned and saw this thing scuttling up the stairs. So you're around here-ish. 10, 15, 20, 25. So this thing's actually only about 30 feet away from you. As you see this, you start to go dashing up after it.
Full on fucking dive, tackle,
You're going to tackle it?
Yeah.
Okay, roll a grapple check for me.
Alright.
It is going to try to not be grappled.
Do I get to choose as the initiator? I don't, do I?
No,
have to roll athletics.
you have to roll athletics as the grappler, and it can choose. The target can choose athletics or acrobatics. Speaking of.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Oh shit. All right.
19 plus 1.
And it wasn't his turn, so he hasn't gotten to do that yet.
Oh no.
You get a hold of him. It's trying to get away from you. But that does. So you've got a hold of it for the moment. We're gonna see if you can keep a hold of it.
Okay.
Okay. And we're gonna say, Julian, at this point you're starting to come down those first set of stairs. So you're not quite encountering what's going on here quite yet.
All right, let me know when I do, I guess.
So you tackled it. Is there anything else you wanted to? Did you have any other gas left in the tank to do something else?
So you said it was 30 feet away from me to do that?
Yeah.
So I got
About
another 25 feet of movement, half that with
Well,
the
yeah,
thing
since
that-
y'all are the same size. Yeah.
So I will move 12 and a half more feet.
Are you going up
towards
or
the-
down?
Towards the stairs.
Y'all are
Towards the-
on the stairs right now, so you're going up to the
Yeah,
deck.
I'm going up to where I saw my friends go. I was like,
Okay.
I got it, just screaming at the top of my lungs.
Okay, and you've got it grappled, so it is effectively poisoned, right? For
I didn't think
grappling.
about that. Let me look at my racial traits.
Oh no.
Any creature that grapples you or otherwise comes in direct contact with the skin it gets a Constitution.
Oh, it gets
saving
a, okay, it gets a con save. All right. Okay. His con save is not good. Oh my god, it's a natural 16.
It
For a
succeeds.
total of 17. So you kind of, it's wriggling in your grasp, and you're holding on to it, and for a second it kind of goes, ah, and it just kind of like, does not seem to like being touching you.
You stop it! You stop it! Holding it here like big froggy fingers over this thing's head if I can.
Okay, so you take it a little farther upwards. Oh my god. It, oh god. So, it all of a sudden, as you're sitting there and you're holding on to it, all of a sudden it starts to get slick. As it seems like it starts to excrete some kind of slick, slippery oil as it's trying to wriggle out of your grasp. Should roll another athletics check to hold on to it.
Okay. Do I have disadvantage or anything? Or...
Nope, it has advantage.
Oh, gotcha.
That's how it works for it. Oh,
Natural 16 plus 1 for a 17 total.
that is unfortunate. It got a 19.
Yep.
Natural 19 on it. So as you're sitting there, you're holding on to it. It wriggles free as it kind of goes like you're holding on to it. You're trying to hold on to it, and it just kind of goes, boop, pops up out of your arms.
Come back here, you son of a bitch!
And it has, like, you can see it in its hands, the bag of holding, as it looks at you, and just kind of shoves its hand in there. And it frisbees what you quickly recognize as one of Jakob's books at your face.
Oh, the crusty book, no.
Which,
It
that's
dies.
gonna be strength. So it's got a +1.
It dies.
It misses.
Who
That's a
knows?
7. as it frisbees it at you, and you just kind of, and that book goes tumbling down the stairs, and just kind of, it fucking turns and runs. Seems to run the rest of the way up the stairs. We'll say with your extra 10 feet of movement, you guys get it up to the top of the stairs, and it just goes. God damn it! I gotta look at this fucking map.
Did it run out of my reach?
Yeah, it would run out of your reach right now. Like after it slipped out and it went to run. So actually, before it frisbeed the fucking book at you, it would have exited your reach. What are you doing?
I will attempt to grapple it.
You're gonna try to grab it again. Okay, go ahead and roll it.
12. 11.
12.
Yeah.
That's a dirty 20. As you go to grab it, it just kind of you got to get one hand on it and just kind of slides down its back. You can't find any purchase. Frisbees the book at you. You fucking duck it. And let's see. So you guys come to the top of these stairs. And oh gosh, you see, it seems to be making a beeline towards what you know is like the back of the boat. So you see it get up to the top of the stairs, and then it frisbees the book, and it starts to run towards the back of the boat where you saw when you guys first came down here. There's just it's a big like lattice work. I say lattice work. It's a big like cage that you know is like their armory. And it's got 30 feet of movement.
If I can yell something, it's got the bag, grab it!
So, Julian, around this time, if you can roll yourself into initiative for me real fast. as you're starting to come down these stairs, you hear bubble crash. Ah! Fucking Gloob yelling just right down the stairs from you.
That is a 15.
A 15. Okay. So coming to the top of our initiative. I'm so sorry. What was yours, Gloob? I totally forgot. I just remembered. You rolled a 7, right? 10? 10, so we 10. Yeah, so fuck it. So, yeah. 15, 10, this fucking thing. With a 5. He was doing real good on his initiative. I feel like I need to put on some slightly more intense music, but nothing that's, like, concerning, because we have comedic. That's kind of okay. I don't know. It's not quite as high energy as like we'll vibe with it for a little bit and see how it goes. So, Julian, you're at the top of the stairs and you hear this.
It's got the bag. Grab it. And I see this thing just rushing up the stairs.
No, not up the stairs. You're at the top of the first floor. You're at the top, and you can just like looking down, you see Gloob yelling at the top of the stairs that go down from the second down to the third deck to the bottom, and you see him pointing, and you see this little like black furred like gremlin looking thing that seems to be clutching what appears to be the bag of holding as it's making is like running straight for this little armory door. It's just giggling its ass off.
So like it's further down the stairs.
Yes, yeah. It's you're at the top of the stairs from the first deck going down to the second. This thing is on the second deck making a beeline for the back of the boat on the second deck. You know, I said we didn't need Tailspire, but we might for this dumbass shit.
The bag.
The bag! You're doing what?
Summon Shadow Spawn.
Just on it?
Yep, the sticky one.
Okay.
The sticky one. Ah, serves
Like-
him right.
Reaching upwards and calling the shadows and stuff
Are-
together.
Are there any other pirates in this area of the boat? They just see.
That's got like all our shit in it, my guy.
I know, I understand. I just want to know, are there any people watching this fucking wild shit happening right now?
I'll say there's a couple that are down here and that are just kind of dumbfounded that they're like closer to the stairs going up to the top deck. They're at some like boxes and stuff like messing with things, and you just hear, what the hell is that? And then fucking as the fucking shadow spawn comes leaping into existence right next to this fucking thing, and you hear it immediately go ah! And fucking
It's gonna grapple. Do you get one grapple for every attack if you have multiple attacks?
if you have multiple attacks, yeah, for every attack it makes, it can make more than one. Can it make more than one attack?
It's gonna do
You can
the
only cast it
soap
at third
thing.
level, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Never mind. So it's only got one.
Okay.
It's still a 17 on the dice. What's its bonus? I can never remember this shit.
You should have a stat block. Oof. You gotta beat a dirty 20.
Oh my goodness.
Advantage on dexterity on acrobatics checks pretty fucking good.
Is
Man.
it?
It
is
dropped
it
to
still
2.
just what all gets added?
It's athletics check. So it's strength, and if it happens to get proficiency in athletics for some reason, it would get its proficiency bonus.
That is only an 18.
It tries to grab it, and it just can't quite seem to get a hold of it. It just kind of goes as it's shrieking in terror, and the shadow spawn, seemingly unused to going for non-lethal attacks,
Yeah.
as it is a predatory spirit, goes to like lunge and grab it with its teeth, and then goes to wrap it with its arms instead. In that moment of hesitation, it just kind of slips underneath its outstretched like claw arms.
We'll say driven by the intent. This is like something vaguely reminiscent of like a moray eel that was trying to like
Yeah.
give it the good grab.
Okay, is that your action, or is that a bonus action to cast?
It's an action.
It's an action cast, so you cast the shadow spot. Its movement speed is reduced by 20 feet, as you can see, like the pool of darkness kind of seeping up under it, seeming to almost stick at its feet. Jesus fucking Christ.
And then like for its movement, move around to the other side of it.
So it's moving. Okay, so it's because you could have summoned it on the other side of it because it's got pretty decent range.
Yeah, sure.
So
And
okay.
then, Julian will dash down to be flanking.
So you're at the top of these stairs when you summon Shadow Spawn. You have a movement speed of 30, right?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. So at the top of the stairs. You get down there. So you're a little past the stairs. So you're not quite halfway to it, you think. We got the shadow spawn on the other side. Gloob, you've seen the fucking horrible shadow monster try to grab this little bastard. Miss, but you can see it getting slowed down by the like seeping eldritch horribleness that's usually ripping people to pieces.
Yeah, this one looks
What do you do?
more like an eel, more like a big eel. Yeah, Yeah, if I can't make it with my movement, I'm trying to.
I wish I could play the fucking Benny Hill. So Globe, what you doing, buddy?
Is there any way that I could it's all athletics to initiate. I was wondering if there's some way I could like trip it up using acrobatics.
If you can make a good argument for it, we'll see. You can try. You could certainly try.
My brain's not working good enough right now. I'm just gonna run up to it and try to grab it, or yeah, no, I'll try to.
Can run up and try to grapple it again.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so you run up. It's still like shrunk down from trying to run from this thing, and it hears you come run up and it kind of is now between two creatures. Make it fucking athletics.
I got a dumber argument for you here. Does this thing seem more animalistic than humanoid?
Not necessarily.
Okay, all right.
It's definitely humanoid, but very small. It's very little. It seems mostly noggin at this point. I'm actually just to save myself the time. Let's see here. We're gonna give everybody a picture to look at because I'm lazy and this makes my life easier. So I'll give it to you guys first here in the Skype chat. If I can find it. There it is. Look at this bad boy. That's what you're looking at.
Okay.
And then for the benefits of those at home, I don't know if anybody recognizes what that is, but
I do.
Not I.
Good. That was the goal. For those at home, this is what they are looking at right now. Where are you, you little bastard? I'm gonna put it over my face. You see this fucking thing? This is what they're looking at, except minus all the skulls and stuff in that picture. It currently is screaming in terror because it's right next to this giant shadow spawn thing, and then it's also in between Glib, and it is gripping, their little bag. So we're now gonna remove that image, and so you said so with that knowledge, what are you trying to do?
Can I actually like wrap my hand and try to like sleight of hand the bag back?
I will say just trying to snatch the bag out of its hands, just sitting there staring at you, would be a contested athletics check between the two of you. Which I will go ahead and say, this thing does not look very strong.
I'll do that. I'm not strong either, but I'm grabbing the bag.
Okay. So it does not
Natural 20 plus 1 for 21.
You beat the shit out of it because it has a -1 and it only rolled a 12. So
Give me the fucking
as this thing is screeching and you fucking yank it. So you now have your bag back.
Wonderful. Gluba immediately goes in there and makes sure that his copy of
Stick your hand in there. You stick your hand in and immediately will it. Copy's in your hand. It's right there. It had enough time to chuck some plates down the stairs to get your attention, and then try to fucking peg you in the face with a book. That's what it had time for. Only one of which succeeded. Alright, so you now have the book. This thing's just fucking freaking out.
What the fuck is your problem?
Is screaming, kind of looking over at the shadow spawn. What's it gonna do?
Reaction to pop it in the forehead.
Your body just dumping it. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Roll an attack roll with strength real quick. I just try to
With
thump
strength?
it. Yeah, I just want to see if you can get her, if it can get.
Wait, it didn't roll.
It's gonna have like a whip crack to it with him having slimy skin and then an amphibian slapping.
If I don't get proficiency to it, it is a 10 total.
Well, it's not a change I've implemented yet. So you technically still would have proficiency on this, so that only brings it up to a 13, right?
13, yeah.
You're still fucking. This thing, it's squealing. You go to thump it, it just kind of like slaps you. It's like ah, it slaps your hand.
I'll just We'll do this number for him. Second.
Oh god, this poor little guy. It's gonna go to try to run a little bit. It moves 10 feet. It gets next to you, Gloob, and then it's still in your reach because it only has 10 feet of movement. This goes. Jesus Christ. And it just is gonna. It just sees that, and it looks down at its feet, and kind of looks up over past, like, towards the back, like past the pirates, and it seems to drop through the floor before appearing 30 feet closer to the other end of the ship, kind of back up through the floor again.
That doesn't provoke an AOP, does it?
It does not.
Okay.
Julian is now closer to you.
Oh, wonderful. Well, you killed yourself. Good job.
Yeah. It's now closer to, like, the stair, like, to the bottom of the stairs. Like, it went kind of behind you.
Expecting Julian to just bite this fucking thing's head off.
There's now a bunch of pirates, like, yelling and stuff. You guys up top probably hear this. Like, you started to walk up towards Artois, and you just hear, "What the hell's that? It just teleported!" And you hear, the sound of Julian summoning his shadow spawn, just all going on at once.
I would sprint towards that.
You hear, "What the hell are you?" You hear fucking Gloob screaming at it.
Or
What
is the first mate still around me?
Yeah, you guys are all just like, his head's like looked back towards the stairs where y'all came from.
That's an issue. I'll be right back. Just
Yeah.
chase after Jakob, who runs much faster than me.
You just hear vaguely from the wheel. Is everything all right? Is everything all right? Fucking French, like the captain's like, what's going on?
You hear French confusion in the background.
French confused, just fucking like not really concerned, but just like, what the fuck is going on down there? Julian, what do you do, buddy?
How far is it from me?
It's like about 10 feet behind you. Kind of, you saw it like try to run past Gloob, go really slow, and then just kind of look down at the floor and look past you, and then just kind of down and up, like immediately, like at the same time, like playing Portal. Like just went whoop.
And how far is it from my beast?
Your shadow spawn, about 40 feet.
Excellent. Guess how far am I?
All
Yeah, you hear like a miniature version of the Nazgul scream that it lets out. So no actual effect to it, but it just kind of like all 6 of its eyes open and then goes scuttling on all of its legs past as like a weird.
more pirate screaming like ah!
And it gets like right on top of the thing and goes for another gobble.
Okay. This poor thing.
Did you say gobble or grapple?
It grapple with its mouth.
Okay.
Ah!
Sure.
With teeth. 12? Fucking can't
Put a
get
cut
it,
on
man.
the inside.
Can't fucking get it.
And Julian will also run up and try and grab it.
You're also gonna try and roll it. I'm getting way more entertainment out of this than I ever thought I would. This is fucking amazing.
That is a 19.
19. Fucking 21.
Bro, what?
It's rolling all these with advantage, man. I've dropped like 3 single-digit numbers for like 16s or higher. This is like both the. At this point, I'm gonna go ahead and say some of the pirates are starting to try to grapple it. Oh god. Oh jeez. Okay. I'm sorry. Where is this? I didn't mean for this to go on quite so long, but I'm having a lot of fun. Okay. A couple, like one of the bigger, brawnier pirates who happens to be down there, this nice big beefcake looking dude, is like, fucking little thing, is like side-eyeing the shadow monster, and it just like, he palms this thing's head like a fucking basketball, and just like picks it up off the floor, and it's like,
Now just imagine we have Shaq on the ship.
This is a big guy. This dude, I would say, he looks as built as Jakob. He's jacked. He's a big dude. For comparison,
like
this guy's a little taller though. He's a little more vertical. Jakob's very like built like a fucking brick house. This dude's a little taller, a little more Empire State Building.
That's, he's like he does the
You
dome.
fucking
It's just like
what
stop struggling.
what the hell is that?
To the eel.
What language do you speak, Julian? Let's see if anybody fucking understands what this thing is saying.
Aquan, common, halfling, and primordial.
Jesus Christ, nope. Not a soul. The same fucking language as this thing. Roll an intimidation check at disadvantage.
I actually have a decent roll for that. Not one in the double digits. That'll be a 15.
We'll say at this point, with it is now surrounded by things, one of which is this fucking eel that's about to eat it. I'm sure Gloob is present at this juncture, menacing it. Jakob and Bart have come tearing down the stairs to see what is currently going on. It just kind of it stops struggling. It's eyeing the eel because it seemed to have gotten the point of as you spoke, and the eel kind of threatened at it. Yeah, just glancing around. It's definitely like, uh-oh. So y'all now are surrounding this little creature as is being basketball dome lifted in the air by this big pirate.
Once it stops struggling, Julian's just gonna look over at Gloob and be like, "So what the hell is going on?"
I'm just gonna point at this thing. This fucking thing's going on.
How did it get our bag?
It magicked it away from me.
Wait, this thing's magic?
Right.
Isn't
Clearly.
there...
I saw it teleport through a portal. It just dropped through the floor and then popped back up.
It teleported my bag away from me too.
Oh shit! One of you, I'm gonna point to one of the pirates. You, go get the magic man. I don't know what the fuck they call him. The dude.
Get the magic man.
Yeah, the wizard. Go get the wizard.
You mean Calathus?
Sure, whatever the fuck his name is. And then you, if there's more than one pirate that isn't currently
There's a
talking,
couple. Yeah, there's a handful. They're all just kind of like, what the fuck is happening?
You go get the first mate and the captain.
Yeah, Arstead at this point is at the top of the stairs, and he's like, just wait. Turns around and calls out for the captain and Calathus. He's like, can y'all come here, please? Like, soon it's a goddamn zoo down there. You have Captain Artois who's sitting there, is like, huh? Arstead who's like, what the fuck is that? And you have the drow. Right, you all know it's a drow. I'm not gonna pretend. With his little ivory sunglasses, like he's over there looking at this thing. Oh Lord, have mercy. Oh God.
This thing speaking undercommon, so Calathus should understand it, right?
Nope.
Oh,
It is
fucking
not.
Speaking.
Oh God, hold on.
Does it sound familiar to anyone?
Yeah, related languages.
Gloob, roll a history check for me real quick with advantage.
That's 6, and that is 2.
6 and a 2 for a total of 6.
6. Yes, I'm not proficient.
Tickles you right in the back of the brain somewhere that you're like, I feel like I might have heard this before. A lot of it just seems to be kind of like it's babbling, but then there do seem to be some words that kind of filter out. You're just not sure what they mean. But you're like, from somewhere, where is this familiar? Calathus comes down there and he goes, I can try to, one moment. And he sits there and he pulls out from like a little bag. He sees to pull out some like plants and herbs and stuff. He kind of seems to do some shit. cast a spell, and he seems to speak, and it just sounds like animal noises that he just kind of seems to utter at this thing, and just kind of looks at him. It is not an animal.
That guy fucking can't speak with animals.
yes, he did. It's like, It's just kind of, You just have a whole lot of people, like, standing around contemplating this thing.
Is there any type of check you can make to maybe recognize what it might be from, like, an old story or something like that, or...
You know, yeah, everybody roll another history check, just straight roll for everybody else.
Alright, not bad. 17 total.
17, 12.
History check, you said?
Yes, yeah, one history check.
Natural 1.
22.
22. Okay, natural 1. You don't fucking know, Gloob. And Jakob, you'd be like, you've heard stories about like little trickster beings, but nothing that fits this description. I'll say with a 17 and 22, you're like, yeah, I'll say with a 17, you're like, oh, this definitely sounds familiar. You've heard of like little black furred beasties that just kind of seem to mess with people, and that you remember, you're pretty sure they're you think they're fairies. They're fairies of some kind, from what you recall, and you just know that they that they'll occasionally they don't really hurt anybody. I don't know why that picture has them surrounded by skulls, because they are not ominous like at all. But like you've heard stories of like they'll just like these things will pop up and they'll just mess with people, and they just seem to gain a lot of amusement. And that a lot of times they will pop up like around like kids who are like really like lonely kids. And I'll say this is also stuff that you get, Julian. That these things, like they do seem to like pop up mostly around like lonely children, and will kind of like play like pranks back and forth with them, and before setting off and just causing mischief wherever they happen to show up. With the 22, you specifically know, oh, this is a boggle, Julian. Like you've heard specific stories about these things, and that they'll come out like every now and then they'll appear out of the Feywild. And play pranks on people and stuff, and sometimes they'll show up even with like in adults' houses. Like there have been tales where like the rich widower who's like so lonely in their nice big house all of a sudden starts having like their fine china get broken, and it's a whole like wild goose chase in this big old mansion, and that's so mad at this little mischievous bastard, but by the end they're happier for it. Like reawaken their inner child or some shit.
As just all of these like dots are getting connected, Julian's eyes just narrow more and more as he looks at this thing, and then he's like, "The little shit's a fae."
Yeah, I think they call them boogers.
Boggles, close. What's the little asshole doing here?
Is he hungry?
Hey, little asshole, what are you doing here?
It looks at you in confusion and a little bit of fear. Because you still have your... How long does the shadow spawn last? An hour?
An hour.
Still there and menacing this
it's
little
like
bastard.
Face to face.
More than a little bit of fear. It's fucking palmed still by the pirate.
Just like... like just reaching out and with a downward motion, dismissing the shadow spawn.
Did you say the little shit's a fae? Is that what you said?
Yep.
I mean, is it hungry? What the fuck does it want? Bart, I don't know, give him some bread or something. You got something on you?
They like
Bart
to cause trouble.
Bart just looks at himself in his clothes, just like, I'm on a boat. I mean...
You always got food on you.
Does anyone know how to talk to fucking fairies?
That's not a fairy.
It's a fae. Fairy. Interchangeable.
That's
This
racist.
I've seen fairies. That is not a fairy.
They have different. Anyway, they speak the same language, Gloob.
Oh.
And that's when it kind of clicks. Gloob. You do recognize the like when it's like speaking words. You go, oh, that is familiar. You had a very close friend who would occasionally like, kind of you know when other people when you're multilingual, like occasionally you'll just kind of like when you'll like curse and like say just like when you're frustrated and stuff, and she would occasionally do the same, but
Gotcha.
in a language that sounded just like this.
I know I'm not proficient with it in the language. Could I try to make like an intelligence check, which is not good for me, to try to like scrabble up a couple of words to communicate to this thing?
You can certainly try.
Gloob just walks through there. Butt down. What?
Okay, all right.
Kill.
What-
Oh,
Ah!
What are we trying to say to it? Might
Tell it if it touches our bag again, we'll cook it.
all right, I might be able to say like one or two of those words. We gotta narrow it real slim.
Are you still
Couple of
holding the
words.
bag?
Oh, the
Everybody,
bag.
why don't you disperse? Go back. Make sure the boat is still going in the right direction. Fucking Artois starts to distribute his sailors as more and more people have like started to kind of crowd in that are like, what the fuck's going on down here? It's like, get back to what you are doing, you lazy fuckers. As everybody's kind of woo.
Julian points at the bag like emphatically while like making eye contact with it, and then pulls out a fucking knife, points it at the thing, puts his knife away.
Make another intimidation check for me. This one's a
One.
straight roll. It's already kind of scared. It's already scared of you at this point. It's not a genius, I will
Also
say.
a 22.
Jesus.
It just kind of looks at the bag and looks at you. And goes,
I'm gonna whisper some stuff to Brila real quick, and she'll scurry off. Maybe coming back with food.
Maybe coming back with food. What are you whispering to Brila?
Go get some what's left over from a couple of plates up stuff.
Julian walks off.
Julian just fucking leaves.
irritated. Yeah, he's
Okay.
like, this is fucking stupid. Walks off.
Okay. Julian leaves. Brila is going off to possibly come back with food. Glue,
Jacob
what
just-
was here? Oh, yes, Jacob. What's up?
Jacob just kind of puts his face really close to it. What do you want?
It just stares at you. It looks. It is. You see it. It's looking from you, and its eyes kind of flick over past your head to where Julian is walking away, and it seems to get less stressed out visibly as he walks away.
Wait, did it touch any of my things? Gloob, did it touch any of my things?
Yeah, one of your books should be on the stairs. It hit me in the noggin with it.
Oh, son of a bitch. Gonna go get the book.
There's some pirate right now. Looking at Smut. I think Ian had a headset malfunction. What? That sound quality.
I think it's his
He
webcam.
said, "Can I take your order, please?"
Yeah, I'm looking number
Welcome to
5.
the Saltmarsh.
I need a large milk. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't know if Ian can hear us. Technical difficulty, amuse ourselves. All right. Well, I rolled a 2 on that intelligence check. Ian, can you hear us? You can hear us. Sorry, perfectly. You just can't talk. Well, I rolled a 2 on that intelligence check, so I'm going to look at it and say something, but it probably comes out to the equivalent of like barn hole, and it means nothing. Nope. Nope, it's just stupid. It doesn't understand anything.
What is it? Well, if it's just kind of like lying there, Bart will try to go up to it and get it to its feet and kind of pat it on the back and give it a little bit of reassurance.
It can still be empalmed by Shaquille the pirate. It's just being held by its head.
Is it still trying to squirm and get away, or does it seem sort of okay? Yeah, I'll pat it on its back. And is it clothed at all? I just realized. So this thing's just a buck wild little naked man. Okay.
Jacob will be walking down the stairs, and you'll just kind of hear him muttering like, "God damn, everybody keeps touching my goddamn romance novels. Can't leave a man in peace."
Uh-oh.
Julian will silently lament the fact that it didn't destroy his romance novel. Romance.
All right. Well, folks, our DM is having some technical difficulties, so we are going to take an early break. So take some time, go get some refreshments, leave your page right up on here. If you have not already, make sure you drop a like, follow, subscribe, wherever you may be, and don't go anywhere while we fix these technical issues.
The booger got
We'll be
the
back
DM.
soon.
Oh no. He's having-
Shit, I fucking hate it here. Now you can hear me cursing up a goddamn storm.
There you go.
Now the bars are moving. It's a good night. It's a good time. We're all fine here now. How are you? All right. Back into the action. I hope everybody had a good little like super early intermission. It's fine. It's all right. It's fine. It's fine. But back into it. So fellas, I heard something along the lines of Gloob saying he's just stupid. And comments being made on the fact that this little thing is naked. Ain't got no clothes on.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, Bart's gonna try and calm him down a little bit.
You try to calm it down, okay? What you doing to calm it down?
I was gonna give him a pat on the shoulder, but then I realized that he's naked, and that's kind of weird to Bart.
He's a little fuzzy guy.
A little Chewbacca. Okay.
Not quite that fuzzy, but sure.
Sure.
She's kind of.
I'll just kind of make gesture like, calm down. It'll be all right. Just, I guess, in the same sense that someone might try to settle a spooked horse. Easy.
What's the int on a horse? But okay. Roll. I guess roll a persuasion check. Sure. Trying to chill this thing out.
It would be super insulting if you had me roll.
Animal handling. That'd be pretty fucked up.
Oh shit. Okay. Well. 8.
8? Is that with your D4 that apparently you've forgotten about for the entirety of this campaign?
12.
Mixed results. Kind of like jumping. It's still being held aloft in the air by that one pirate who's just kind of like, what should I do with him?
You can just set him down. Maybe just kind of keep a hand on the shoulder. Don't grab his noggin quite like that, or maybe grip an arm or something.
Just kind of sets it down.
These little boogers, they might just try to split the second you let them loose.
Sets it down. Artois is sitting there, kind of stood. It's like he sent everybody else back to work, but he's just kind of looking at it like, huh. So you are some of you are familiar with what this thing is?
Read stories. That's
Oh,
it.
interesting.
Remember, Julian left already.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you fucked off. So it's just kind of like Bart seemed to be kind of making comments on what it was, and he's kind of directing this at him. Huh? It is not dangerous.
I mean, it's plenty dangerous. I mean, Yakka might have broke his neck falling and slipping on those stairs, but I mean, it's not malicious in any way. It's just.
It is not like hunger for anybody's,
No,
blood
it's not going to
on
try
this
to eat somebody. They're just little assholes. That's kind of their nature, I reckon.
Just kinda
I don't know. I mean,
squints
stories
at
can
it.
be kind of weird sometimes.
I'll be right back. Glue runs upstairs, goes to find Julian.
Okay.
Okay.
Julian's like not far. He's like made it up the stairs and like a ways a little bit, and is just like.
Give me your earpiece.
What?
Your earpiece. Run right back downstairs.
I mean, it is attunement.
Yep.
I think.
And what's the wording on that? If your plan is what I think it is,
I don't know if it's gonna work or not. That's gonna be completely up to you,
read the item description for Spy's Murmur for me real fast. Well,
This
I would like
headpiece,
to know the concept.
crafted from dark metal, is worn curved around the ear. If you know a creature wearing another spy's murmur, and that creature is within 1 mile of you, you can communicate telepathically with each other.
That's the full wording.
Yep.
Oh, in addition to that, as a bonus action, you can allow that creature to hear everything you hear for 1 hour. You can end this effect as a bonus action, and it ends if you're incapacitated.
It does
All
not
other
specify.
uses of telepathic stuff allow it to bypass linguistic.
Generally speaking, in my experience, the only ones that do not work that way specifically state that you have to share a language. So it does not specify that you have to share a language.
Gloom
So-
just thinks this thing can't talk.
So you
Sounds
can,
real smart.
yeah, you could certainly try.
That's clever as shit.
I'll go back down there.
And you sit there, and Artois just kind of stood there, and he's like glancing over Bart. He's like, so what does these things do? How did it get on my boat?
Beats the hell out of me. I didn't even know it was here until days
kinda-
later.
Huh?
I've never seen one in the flesh before.
What are you doing? He's like looks over. What you trying to do?
You look over and I'm like charades / like pantomiming, like put this on your ear to this thing. Show mine.
I'll try to, if he needs to persuade him, I'll try to give him advantage.
Yeah, try. Yeah, roll a persuasion check for me at advantage. And you are at
Okay.
sea, so you get your D4.
Wonder.
See if you kind of this poor thing.
See, persuasion's always with D4s.
Well, I'll take the 16 plus 2 for
Nice.
18 total.
18. Okay, you kind of gesture out, and it takes in its long fingers, and it kind of is like it seems to struggle with the concept of like clearly it wants to like hold on to it or like chuck it at something because that's its like natural inclination.
Just give a fucking stink eye.
But it just kind of looks at it for a second, and then looks up at you where you were gesturing, and just kind of. Crams it onto its ear. It still looks very jumpy. There's currently the big pirate has gotten out, and it kind of took Bart's, where it just kind of holding onto its arm. Twas. I assume that you are hoping to accomplish something. So whatever this is.
Well, I need to be able to talk to it to see what it wants.
Is this?
Yeah, look, that's a magic device that lets them communicate over long distances in your mind. It's pretty handy out in the field.
Oh, you don't have one.
he kind of sits there and kind of taps one of his teeth for a second, and then goes, "I'm familiar with the concept. Yes."
Have I gotten the book?
Yeah, oh, easily. Yeah, you walked over, and there was like, it had kind of like it fell a couple stairs down from where this thing tried to fucking peg Gloob in the face with it. So it's there. You're able to get. You see some like cutlery and stuff that looks like it was probably had also been in the bag. It's kind of like tumbled down the stairs.
Which book was it?
It was. Let's see. It was the High Seas Lost Love.
Son of a bitch. Alright. I'm gonna pick up the cutlery and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
And then come back and just bop it on the head with the book and say, back.
Smacking it. Are you trying to do damage?
No.
Okay. He's kind of. It says like a few like words at you. You have no idea what they mean. Probably not nice.
Just wag my finger at it. Not nice to throw other people's things.
Fucking like it goes to bite at one of your fucking your finger. Turn your back.
Also,
Alright.
Bart, here's just hands him like a handful of utensils.
Like utensils, a couple like mess tins, like like travel cutlery that was in the bag.
You muted.
You muted. Muted boy.
I put it too deep in my ear. I can't hear him.
Ah!
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I appreciate that. Might actually need some of this if Brila ever comes back.
Brila comes back like has also come back at some point. I was like, people keep fucking off to do shit. Like, and she's got some like little bits of like leftover like bread ends and stuff from breakfast. Some little bits and
There you
pieces. So these are hungry pirates.
I will offer it to our stowaway.
They just kind of proffer it and just kind of looks at it for a second and looks at Yak, who just smacked it in the head, and just kind of snatches it out of your hand.
There you are.
It's-
Just hungry.
Yeah, its mouth takes up a lot of the real estate of its face. Like,
This thing out here looking like a Muppet. Head
it kind of does. Like, I don't know if you saw the picture. Its head is a lot of its body. Like, boggles are not like well proportioned creatures.
Well, I know that a lot of animals, I know that it isn't one, but I know a lot of animals kind of just function off of, I need food. So, I don't know. And Bart's, makes a good point of food is a good way to get to somebody's heart, so, I don't know. Maybe we'd be a little bit more friendly and stop trying to steal our shit.
Oh man. So, out of curiosity, are you guys just sitting here and waiting for an hour to see if it attunes to the spy's murmur? Yes.
How does attunement work? Do you have to like actually actively do it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm honestly gonna rule that it'll work. Why not? It's for the funsies,
Sure.
for the lulz.
We can try to move them into not in the dang hallway eventually at some point, and maybe sitting down in a chair, or
Yeah.
if you know, is there a place we can take him not in the hallway, and just kind of like glances back down the hallway at like a couple of people probably peeking out of there.
Oh yeah, there are a couple people, and like every now and then, Arstead has to be like, yeah, stop, keep the boat, like yelling at people every now and then. After a few minutes, Artois, of course, he's like, you may take him whatever you wish. If anything happens, let me know. I am now very curious about this creature. Good luck. He turns around and strides back upstairs. Just kind of like, huh, that's weird. And so you still have the big guy at the around this juncture. This thing looks like after it's eaten, it looks a little more relaxed. Julian left, still kind of giving Jakob the stink eye, and just kind of looks up at this guy, and you see it like slowly start to smile again, and it fucking spider monkeys onto his arm, and you see like more like of a secretion like ooze from it, but this time rather than slippery, it seems to be sticky. And so this dude's sitting there going, it won't. It's stuck my arm. And he's kind of he's wagging it up and down. It's just like it seems to very quickly, almost kind of like a little kid gotten over its being afraid. It's now just stuck to his arm as he's waggling it up and down. So, if y'all
I
are...
mean, is it hurting you?
No! Why is it... Why? It was about to piss itself a minute ago. What happened? Get your friend back down here.
The one it was afraid of. I mean,
You little-
it's all right.
you
I
little
think
bastard.
maybe it just like shit.
He just kind of stops. It's like in the air. It's upside down with its head like near his elbow. He's like, looks at it and just kind of... It kind of spits in one of his eyes. I'm like, oh, son of a bitch! I don't think so! Shit! Feel bad. Y'all take it. He holds out his arm to the three of you. Take this shit. I'm busy.
Just point down to the ground at it.
Just kind of looks at you. Make another persuasion check for me. Just straight roll.
Oof, not good. 8 plus 4 though, 12 total.
Okay. I'll say with a 12, y'all fed it. It's not dead. Julian, once again, Julian left. Just kind of, it sits there for a second, looks at him again, and just kind of goes, nah! And then drops off of his arm. Little fuck. Points at his eyes and points at him. I'll fucking squish you. Like, just walking off. So, y'all just gonna take this somewhere less of a open walkway and wait for an hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
While we do, Jakob's
Yeah.
gonna be flipping through his book. God
It's
damn
fine.
it, this page fucking bad.
Okay. While they're waiting for this hour, Julian, is there anything you would like to be doing separate from them?
Nope, you're muted.
Big muted
Probably
boy.
the first 20 to 30 minutes is just him being like decompressing. Like he was just so irritated once he finally realized what the fuck that thing was. It's like, let's see if he returns to his previous activities or not. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're squatted on the figurehead, staring out to sea.
He was
Edgily.
like edgily staring off into the oh god, did not mean to force
into the god.
edgily staring off into the wild blue yonder, like probably the reason he acted so aggressively when he went down is his heart rate still been up. He's like had that like the adrenaline rush that will not end for a while now. After he gets past his irritation, he's back to trying to pin down what this feeling is. He's pacing around a bit. It's like kind of like keyed up, just 100% keyed up.
Oh yeah.
Glancing around erratically, can't quite put his finger on why he's so nervous. He's pacing the deck, pressure building in his mind, just tick 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 tick, and then like kitchen timer, ding, and it's like gotta hunt, and just vaults, and he's gonna go.
Where are you going? Okay. Sploosh.
This is like, if it was like a Saturday morning cartoon, his eyes just go down to like pinpricks. It's like, oh, it's go time.
It's like
He's
a
gonna
cat.
go hunting.
Got the zoomies.
Yeah.
It's 3 a.m.
Julian got the zoom.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that is not a description that I would have put on there intentionally, but it's fucking accurate.
Roll a survival check for me.
22 for the third time in a row.
Woo.
16 plus 6, mademoiselle.
Okay. Out of curiosity, what is Julian looking for?
Probably nothing intentionally, just instinct. Lost to instinct. Whatever prey item happens upon his path while he's hunting.
Okay. Alright, so just anything and everything that is not another predator.
Or a smaller predator,
Or a
if
smaller
it's unlucky enough to come past him.
Sure. Okay. How long is Julian hunting for?
Probably until he catches something, or an hour, whichever comes first.
Okay, well, I'll say with a 22 survival, easy enough to do, but well before an hour. Like, this is the ocean. There is stuff. Julian, A, is a fisherman, and B, is a genetically enhanced super fisherman currently. Like, where you go into the water and you are more dangerous than a lot of the stuff down there, which is really weird for a human. It's very, very out of the norm. We're actually usually very vulnerable in the water.
Genetically enhanced super fisherman sounds like a really, really bad Marvel villain, but okay.
Take notes, Marvel. I know you're watching.
It's an Aquaman villain.
Yeah, it's like one of the ones that cropped up in like the late 80s, early 90s. Just corny.
It's like Kite Man. Word to my boy.
Kite Man's awesome.
Poor dude. Kite Man got it rough. Anyway, okay, well within I'll say you're probably pretty easily able to catch, like I said, we're in the middle of the ocean, so there's some like bigger fish. But so you'd probably be able to catch like one, and if you stayed out longer, you'd probably be able to catch a couple. It just depends on how long Julian's wanting to hunt for. And how much attention he's paying to making sure he's not too far from the ship.
Yeah, about an hour. And it's not like getting a bunch of small prey items. It'll be like one solid sized prey item.
Okay, so with wanting to make sure that you're wanting to get like one like bigger fish, like something nice and like got a lot of meat on it. Yeah,
Trying to pull up with like a king mackerel or something. Marlin
is technically a prey animal, a prey fish. Fucking mean though. But it is still just a fish, and you are a level 8 player character, so not something that would pose enough of a threat to you to be worth getting into dice rolls for. So yeah, I'll say within that hour that you'd be able to catch something of that nature. And I'll say with a 22, if that is within his priorities, that you're staying somewhere within eyesight of the ship.
Let's find out. I did say he was kind of lost to instinct.
This is about to be a really different session.
Nope, he stays fairly close to the ship.
Okay. I'm about to say, this is about to be really weird. It's like, you get your fish, you have no fucking idea where the boat's.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Who knows? Okay, so you stay relatively close to the ship. We're gonna do a bit of a smash cut here because a pirate comes downstairs while y'all are sitting there just kind of like babysitting the boggle, just kind of making sure it doesn't get into too much trouble. But it seems relatively pacified at the moment. Pirate comes down. Oh, the captain wanted me to tell you your friend jumped off the boat.
What the hell? He can't swim. No,
Oh shit! Oh no, he's probably dead already. Then I hate to tell you, he's fucking gone.
That guy. Oh no, he's probably dead.
Anyway, so sad. Well,
Flips through a book. Yep, he does that sometimes.
All right. Just kind of gets thumped.
He'll probably. We can kind of anchor at night, right? So I mean, he'll catch up.
I suppose.
I mean, you saw the way he looks. He's a fish man. He can shark man. He can handle it.
Yeah, that's true.
Julian, are you okay? Oh, fuck. I have made a mistake.
I made a mistake. Guy goes, well, I guess I just wanted you to know, considering the situation. All right, whatever. Just turn around
No, I
and
go
leaves.
overboard. I go overboard, you stop the ship.
He just
You
looks
get
at
everybody in
he
the-
looks at you in your full plate armor, and he just goes. But if you go overboard, I don't think there's any saving you. You'll sink. Just gives you a thumbs up and turns around and walks out. He doesn't know you have a ring of swimming. He just look at you in full plate armor like, nah, you're fucking dead. Done. He did not roll well on his sympathy check or like bedside manner. Like, yeah, we got you, buddy. Fucking dead.
Keep flipping. Pirates.
All right. So y'all feel okay about Julian being able to make his way. So y'all's timelines line up fairly closely. Assuming you guys keep this thing from just like fucking off, because it does get bored. But you'd be like, it should have attuned to it by now. You figure?
Probably like the 9th or 10th time Bart has asked. I mean, can he hear you yet? Can you hear him?
It's kind of
Can
like,
you hear me yet?
did you say you think through the earpiece?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like poking at its ear. You guys have probably had to stop it from like pulling it out because it just like got tired of it being in its ear. It's kind of like poking at it again, and you think at it, and it kind of jerks around, like looks around, and we're gonna roll an intelligence check for it. It's real smart. It just sits there, and you do, I will say, just kind of like leaking through. It speaks, and it just kind of lets out a few like, and you do kind of hear, because I can't think of what I would say for Sylvan, so you can suck my nuts. You know, I have to put up with weird gobbledygook, and just like almost like a lag, like a little bit of delay, like it speaks, and you kind of hear in a. What there? It's kind of like looking around.
What are you doing here?
It's gonna get another try. Not much better. A little bit better. As it still doesn't seem to like understand where the source of the voice.
I'll like take him and like try to center his focus, like. And say out loud and try to like simultaneously like, this is me. Who are you?
Okay, that helps.
Bart's just trying to follow along. Bart.
Mark. Gloob. Jakob. And then I'm gonna point towards.
Just kind of like following along with this as you're kind of like got its attention as you're going around, and it just kind of looks at you. Glamel.
I didn't understand it.
Said Glamel.
Lamel.
I had a cousin named Gwendol.
Sounds like a lovely lady. I don't know how she could be a cousin. Sounds a little tall for a halfling cousin.
How did you get here?
Like, so you just kind of shrugs as much as it can. Kind of.
Big ass head gets in the way.
Yeah, just kind of. Like, I feel like part of the issue with that picture is there's some, like, perspective problem going on. It doesn't look like it has much of a neck, though. I'm gonna be honest. I probably should leave the picture of the boggle up as long as you guys are talking to it. That would probably be the smart thing to do. But I'll just leave it over the Hard Knock Dice logo. But yeah, it just kind of like shrugs at you. and like and you get like you do hear something in your head, but it's more of like it's less of a word. It's less words and more of just like just the feeling of not being sure. Of like, I don't know.
Doesn't know how we got here.
So it's got no recollection of anything before him being on the boat.
I didn't ask all that. It seems. I want to be polite here. I keep saying it. Pronouns.
Are you saying pronouns to this thing?
That's a question.
There's no way on God's green earth that understands the concept of pronouns. It does not. It just looks confused.
I don't know. They seem to have a hard time understanding me.
I mean, I can try and communicate with it to ask it, but I think you got a better chance than me, but, doing one of these.
Where were you before here?
Just kind of looks at you. Faye!
Faye?
Mm-hmm. He's kind of does its hands like kind of up like this, kind of like big hand. Trees!
Julian was right.
Ask what it
What
wants.
was he right about?
But it comes from the Feywild.
I gotta point over here. Wrong direction.
All right.
Ask him what, Jakob?
Ask what it wants.
Did you want something?
He kind of thinks. Fun. And points at Jakob and then does this, and then points at Bart and makes like mimes him like trying to yank his hand off the door and then laughs.
Just wanted fun.
All right. Well, does he know he's in a kind of dangerous situation?
No. I don't have to ask them that.
All right.
Do you know how to get back home?
It seems to think. Eventually go back.
Eventually go back. Okay.
Eventually go back. Is that what he said about how he goes back home? He'll just go back in time.
Eventually. Whatever that means.
Ask him if he's got like a time limit or something.
Is there time? Time here?
Out of his hands. Not sure.
Doesn't know that either.
And it just kind of it holds out a hand, just kind of does. Sometimes different.
Yeah. Amelia said time was like. She said it was wobbly, and I wasn't sure what that meant.
Are you saying that aloud?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, tell it I'm sorry I tried to punch it. Not sorry about the book. Sorry about trying to punch it, though.
Are you hurt?
Looks at its arm.
sorry for almost hurting you. We didn't know if you were dangerous.
Not dangerous. And it's monster dangerous. Pointing back up the stairs.
Very.
Nods emphatically. Like, yes! That thing was scary!
Did someone send you here?
No.
Oh.
Sometimes just go.
You have family?
Just looks confused. He just, like I said, just kind of threw that to the link with the earpiece. Just kind of like,
Wasn't really sent here, doesn't really have family. It's just...
Well, I mean, if he's gonna be around till, or they're gonna be around till they disappear, we're gonna have to do something to keep them safe, because don't want somebody trying to knife them before you know, playing a prank on them. We're gonna need some of that alcohol, I guess.
you're gonna get the boggle
You're gonna
drunk.
try to
That's
get him
fucked
drunk?
up.
No, we're gonna need the alcohol to give to people as a, hey, you get this bottle of alcohol. If this thing plays a prank on you, maybe don't kill it. By maybe I mean don't. And
Don't worry about it.
I mean,
I'll keep them safe.
yeah, 'cause I try to see the best in folks, but even I know people are going to say, "Hey, play the trick on me, give me the booze."
no, I mean, hey, just go around the ship ahead of time and just give people.
Oh, I just give everybody alcohol.
Preemptive.
Yeah, kind of. Hey,
This is
just deal with it until
inevitability.
it's done.
Big brain. Preemptive liquor. Preventative booze distribution.
We might want to talk to Captain Artois about it's, I don't know, not here for a long time and it's not here for a bad time. So keep it safe if you can, Captain.
I'll keep them safe, Doctor. They're fine.
All right.
Ask him how he goes through walls and stuff. How's that work?
How do you do that? How do you teleport?
Kind of looks at you for a few seconds and then just kind of like just kind of looks over at like one of the like kind of skitters over to a wall and just kind of looks over at Jakob and just kind of looks over the wall and just kind of sticks his hand through and just like grabs one of Jakob's bootlaces and just unties it from over there, like his hands or its hand, their hand sticks out of the wall and gets a hold of his bootlace and just kind of, and then his hand comes back through the portal.
What the hell?
Seems like they just need a wall or a floor or a surface or something.
That's pretty cool. Then
That's-
maybe does it only work on wood?
I don't know.
Well,
Hold
I
up a plate
haven't.
and mime trying to put your hand through the plate, and then point to a wall and hand him the plate.
Also, have him try the plate that I have.
Oh no, we're helping him develop his powers that he's going to use only for evil.
It's kind of vague. I'm gonna keep it real with you guys.
Goes through everyone.
It just says it creates an invisible and immobile rift within an opening or frame it can see within 5 feet of it. Oh, it's supposed to be an opening. Whoops, I've been doing that wrong this whole time. Oopsie. Whatever. But it kind of, you guys dink around with it. And it does seem, as long as it's not like too big, it can make openings in a lot of places. You know, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna keep ruling it that they can do it on solid surfaces because I think that's fun. Suck it.
Fair enough.
Because it's the other end doesn't matter, so it's just the starting point apparently that matters. But it just kind of goes. I'll just say, like, instead of the walls, like, it's been sticking its hand like in like cabinets through like cabinets and it's been like popping out of walls and stuff. Sure, close enough. But it looks like it can if it's a solid surface that it can kind of go through one thing and then out somewhere else. Its general range on that ability, because I'm assuming you guys just kind of dink around, like kind of get them to just kind of do stuff, which it seems perfectly happy to do because it uses these opportunities to just kind of like toss little things at you guys and just kind of fuck around, which is the kind of thing that seems to bring them joy. And it seems like it can go from through one place to about 30 feet away. It seems like they can travel about 30 feet through one of these little portals. But you guys, like, no matter how closely you observe it, you can't see the portal that they're creating at all.
That's pretty neat. Well, I mean, how long does it usually stay for? Maybe we can have at least a frame of reference. If we gotta take care of this fella for a day or two, or for weeks, I mean, or hell, does he even understand how time works? Isn't it all wibbly wobbly in the face?
That's what I've been told. I have no clue. I don't even know what that means. Have you been to other places before? Or is this the first time? Okay. Man, it just...
Other times. Some long, some short. Kind of moving their hands as they kind of verbalize on this stuff.
What did it say?
Oh, sorry, I forgot you can't hear. This is not the first time. And this says sometimes long, sometimes short times.
What? How many sunrises generally when he comes to one of these places? Can he guess maybe that? I'm trying to. Short and long. I mean, long for me might be 7-8 years. So.
How long do these little dudes live?
Momentary temporal panic from Gloob as you say 7-8 years.
Ah!
Just hit him with the "is 8 a lot" or whatever that meme is.
Depends.
Gold pieces? No.
No.
Years to be stuck in the mortal realm? Yes.
You say stuck. Maybe they want to be there. Who knows? You don't know.
How many sunrises or moonrises?
Man, pretty good. It's kind of. It kind of does like this, like little, like it does like 5. It holds up like 5 fingers. And then does the like holds their hands out like wide. Says long, and looks at its fingers, and it just kind of like slowly looks up at you like.
Anywhere from like
A lot.
five sun or moon rises to more.
Points
Alright,
at you.
so he's gonna be here. So he's gonna be here for at least a week. All right. Well, is he good at anything? Can we put him to work? I mean, aside from tying people's shoes together and pushing folks downstairs.
Yeah, let me ask. Hey, can you take me to the Feywild?
Fuck.
Don't think so.
No, he's not. He doesn't know what work is really.
Huh.
Do you know other people from the Feywild?
Yeah.
Does he realize he's on a boat? And that he don't really got many places to go right now?
I don't know if they've been above deck. Take them up there.
Maybe we could ask him first if he knows what a boat is. If he realizes he's kind of stuck on one for a prolonged amount of time.
You know what a boat is?
Yeah.
Boat.
It just kind of does this. It's kind of like rocking, like with it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
And dangerous boat.
Monster.
More than monster.
My monster.
Deadly boat.
Looks down at its feet and is like starts looking around.
Real sneaky.
Bart will try to get along with like head grab dude, kill you. Coral guy, kill you.
It's just looking at you while you're making these hand gestures, and it just looks confused. Just like,
Fair enough. I think he understands me.
and he just looks back at Gloob and just kind of points at Bart. Okay. Like while he's sitting here doing like, just kind of looks like a little like.
Mm-hmm. That's how he talks.
It just kind of nods like very like yes. Okay.
So I mean, I guess just as long as he knows that if he keeps fucking with people, someone's probably gonna chop one of them ears off or something, or get him. He's in danger if he keeps messing around.
Yeah,
I guess that's the biggest thing he needs to know.
I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Okay. So.
You're gonna have to feed him and take him out.
Yeah, because you were talking, your mic was muted, buddy. I saw your mouth go, and I did not hear nothing.
Hello?
There you are. Hello.
Headset. Well, I'm gonna go talk to Captain Artois. I'll be back.
Okay. So Jakob, you step off. Around this time, Julian, you're returning with your hard-won victory.
Yeesh.
Fish.
Big fish.
Yeah, you just swim up to it, and you swim up to the boat, and you're kind of using the cloak of the manta ray to just kind of propel you along, and you're sitting there, and you go, oh shit, how am I gonna get this
They have
fucking
a-
fish up
Do
there?
they have one of those ladders that goes down?
Not hanging down right now.
Well, like the ones I'm thinking of are the like wooden ones that are built
No.
onto the side of the boat. Nope.
No, it looks like they put stuff over the side when they want to let somebody up.
How high up is it?
At this point, I'd say it's a 3-deck ship. The 3rd deck is probably at least mostly underneath the waterline. So I'd say a good like 25 feet, maybe a little less.
Splash of shadowy water, and he lands on the deck.
You just fucking Misty step up.
Yeah,
All of a sudden you're stood up on the rail.
You got like his eldritch weapon will be the claw described in the previous one. His natural weapon, as it were.
Right.
Just kind of like yeet the big ass fish onto the deck.
Manifest swordfish.
It's just like a rapier, but it's shaped like.
Alright, better get this down to Bart.
You see if like you blink up there and like a couple of the pirates like jump a little bit. This seems to weird them out a little less than like other things that have gone on. So I'm just like kind of mumbling like, take it down there yourself. Damn.
No,
We're
no,
busy.
He was talking to himself.
Okay. Here's
He was talking to himself.
Yeah.
He proceeds to skull drag the mackerel down
Yeah.
to the kitchen area.
he's here from up by the wheel. That is a very big fish. Nice. Well done. Thumbs up. Like they just seem to this day seems to be bringing Artois no end of amusement of just like, well, this is great. Like, totally out of the normal. Awesome. Like
Julian's in a great mood. This really scratched his itch that he's had for a couple days now, so he's just, kind of humming to himself as he drags this big ass fish. into
and
the
also
kitchen.
like Calathus is up there, the drow weather witch, sea witch kind of position filling. And whereas Artois is just kind of like, this is good. That is a big fish. Good job. You see, kind of legitimate, just kind of like approval of like an approval nod, just kind of like, yeah, nice. Like from Calathus, it's like, oh yeah, good stuff.
Note to self: the drow are fan of sashimi.
At the very least, it does seem like the act of the hunt, the successful hunt, seemed to be like, oh yeah, nice, appreciate it, good job. Around that time, Jakob, you pass Julian dragging a big ass fish, just kind of thump 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 down the stairs, dripping seawater. Probably doesn't smell great.
Like, hey, Julian.
Julian's like smiling for the first time since y'all been on the boat. It's like, how's it going, Jakob? Ready for some fish?
Yep. Everything all right?
Oh yeah, everything's great.
Okay. Gonna go talk to the captain, I guess.
All right.
Julian,
Yes,
Glamel, Julian.
What?
This thing is kind of like, as Julian comes down the stairs, it very, very much just kind of goes, and putting one or the both of you between Julian and them.
That thing's still here.
And will be for a while.
Not gonna touch our bag.
Maybe not.
Just like kind of like leans over and makes eye contact with it.
Just kind of like immediately, just kind of.
I'm gonna go clean the fish.
All right. So Jakob, you make your way up towards Artois at the helm. Ah. You are not the You're not the one that would have expected to be approaching me. What can I do for you, Mr. Jakob?
So, yeah, I didn't want to be the one to approach you. But
It's kind of shrugs.
seems
Fair enough.
that Gloob's taken a liking to our friend downstairs, and we're not really sure how long they're going to be around for.
Interesting. Any insights onto why is they here? It's an interesting creature.
From what I understand, it doesn't know, and we don't really know.
Interesting.
Just seems like it's one of those magic type. I don't really understand them too well.
Kind of. As expected, those the Feywild. Something chaotic in nature. Pathos, of course, from what I understand.
But from what it seems like, it doesn't want to hurt anybody.
That is
But
good.
I know that some folk can be, say, short-tempered.
He just kind of nods like, oh, yes.
And I would very much dislike seeing Gloob get into a toss-up with somebody because Gloob's friend played a prank on him.
I see. Perhaps it will prove some needed levity at sea. That would be nice. If it is going to cause no harm, I imagine it should be fine. And especially if your friend is taking a liking to him as you say, I am sure that it will not cause too much trouble.
All right. As long as you think that nobody's gonna go after him.
I am sure that it will be fine.
All right.
From what I have from seeing of the creature, I hate it. Who could take offense at such a thing? Delightful as it is.
Yeah, delightful. Kind of. He still has the closed-up book in his hand. Kind of squeezes that.
I will be sure to let the crew know that it is harmless. But
Very much appreciated.
good practice to keep an eye on your wallet, perhaps, if nothing else.
Yeah,
As we are coming up on Hull's Hearth, good reminder for everybody.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to your business, wizard. However you are dressed. Have a nice night.
Wizard.
It was kind of where he was just kind of like looking. He seemed to be like looking up to like the sky and stuff. I am not a wizard.
Magic man. Have a good night.
Magic man. Just kind of like, contemplating that title. So you just walk away. All right. So, Big Fish has been acquired. Your
Yeah, I'm when Julian drags Big Fish out, I'm probably gonna be like, oh, that's a new thing. They're gonna fish that big. Just fucking out with the big fish. Yeah, we're gonna clean this thing right here.
He's over there rubbing his hands
Yeah,
together.
basically.
He's plotting. Okay. So, cleaning fish / prepping it for meal times and things.
Oh yeah.
What?
It's just probably twice the size of you two.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking into a scene, just half a Bart sticking out of this fish's stomach.
Yeah, and it's like the equivalent
Oh,
of someone
oh.
skinning like a Triceratops or something.
God. All right. So, is there anything anybody else would like to be doing for the rest of the day?
No, I think Bart will have his hands full with the fish and
Ha!
Brilla
Because
and
it's a big fish.
and trying to keep an eye on Gloob to make sure that his friend hasn't gone off, and Gloob subsequently gone off, and there are wild, crazy things afoot.
Not for the first half of the night, at least for Glue.
Okay.
For the first half of the night, while Bart's cooking, I assume, like, I don't know if this boggle you just like raw fish head like glue wood, so I'd, like chop a piece up in half and just hand it to Glamel and walk up and just on deck and be like, so tell me more about the Feywild, and that'll be like at least a couple of hours.
Oh yeah, and they'll describe it to you in no like specifics, but just things that interest them really. Like occasionally it's like it talks about like some like prettier plants and things like that may like get its attention, but it mostly just kind of like tells you stories about like it fucking with people in the Feywild, kind of like how it fucks with people here, and you kind of get the sense it messing with dangerous beings is not out of the norm. It potentially risking its life because it's fun, like, and that's part of the fun is that it's dangerous. It's like, oh yeah, can I get away with it? Like, can I make it away? And you kind of get the sense that it's probably witnessed the demise of other boggles. Like,
Right.
but yeah, it just it's happy to to talk to you about that kind of stuff. It does seem very easily distracted, or they do seem very easily distracted, as they they do seem like they have been on a ship before. As it kind of like, while it's talking to you, it just kind of like wanders over to some of the ropes and just kind of like clambers up in them, partially, and just see. It seems. I will say, like I said, it was like previously like completely unclothed. I will say it has like a little like not exactly a belt, and not exactly a loincloth, but like a little like some string that goes around its waist where it has like a little like pouch, and it seems to like pull out like little like random odds and ends and try to peg pirates in the fucking side of the noggin with them every now and then, just kind of as just kind of almost subconsciously. A lot of the pirates pretty good can kind of just go like pointing their fingers at it, but every now and then it will kind of dink one. But
Blue will partake and take some of the dried beans that he took from our ship and put it in the flute and just add a couple of the pirates and try to.
Okay. Just kind of up in the ropes and stuff. Like you very very good acrobatics, so you're able to easily kind of do things. This thing is very they're very agile. It's very very agile. Not quite as agile as you, of course, because you're a pro, but they're definitely very light on their feet and just kind of navigate the ropes. And so you kind of like guys end up just kind of creeping up and up higher and higher as time goes on. Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Julian, for his part, has not put two and two together on why he feels good and relaxed for the first time in a little bit. He's just like, I was kind of in a good mood. And after assisting with the preparation of the fish, we'll just hang out with Bart for a while and probably make an early night of it. No shipside brooding.
I'll just say while you're cleaning, you're cleaning the fish and everything, just once again, just kind of almost intrusive thoughts, like just barely notice, but just as you're skinning it and you're cleaning it, you're gutting it and everything, and you're kind of thinking about memories of previous kills, previous like when you were fisher, like when you still had the storm feather and everything, and you just kind of and just cleaning insofar. Just a brief image of something that looks a little more humanoid. Just almost not even there.
Briefly.
Yeah, just kind of
briefly taken aback, but not.
That's weird.
Doesn't dwell on it. That's
Yeah, like I said, it's just briefest of seconds. Not even there. It might have had it, and it might have even still been a fish. It was still that kind of blue-green color.
This can possibly end badly.
Anyway, so your guys' day passes. As you guys entertain yourselves in various and sundry ways. Yes, Bart.
Yeah, I kept reading the book.
Reading the book, you're making sure all the pages are in good order.
Yep. but like face covered just with the book, not looking at anything but the book.
God damn it. Okay. Yes, Mark. You were pointing.
Yeah, while cleaning the fish with Julian, just shooting the shit, talking about just letting Julian probably tell a bunch of, outright lying fisherman stories and stuff like that. as they all are.
Of course.
Uh,
It's totally true. 100%.
Julian,
Yeah,
there's actually the second biggest fish I caught, let me tell you.
Making full use of that fisherman's tale thing.
The other one, I hauled it along for like 2 days, and it got slowly eaten by a bunch of sharks. But it was about the journey.
But yeah, after going through and doing all of that, are we going full on to nighttime with that, or
Unless there's anything else you guys would like to do for the rest of the day. This is free time for you guys.
okay? Well, before bed, I got some messages to send.
Okay. So, is there anything else anybody would like to do for the rest of the day, or you're just kind of hanging out with Glamel and asking them about the Feywild and just kind of hanging out, keeping them reasonably entertained where they're not causing major mischief?
Oh, we'll get into some trouble. Like, a couple hours in, when dark hits.
Oh God. Okay. Well,
Julian's just
hold
gonna
that
be
for
present
a moment.
one of those messages in particular.
okay. Would this trouble that you speak of be before or after everyone's kind of got Betty by?
Let's say before everyone's in their rooms.
Okay. So, would that be before or after you sent these messages, Mark? Because you said
I'll
like, late into the
probably
night.
wait. Yeah, I'll probably wait till like food's done and cleaned up for
Yeah.
that kind of thing before sending those on.
All right. So, quite frankly, kind of the way it's being described, whichever you guys want to do, whatever you're doing, it's up to you guys. Who wants to go first?
I don't want to take a whole lot of time with it. I'll just say,
Yeah, just what kind of stuff you want to do.
If you want to, like, just hand wave it, like, me and Glamel sneaking into someone's room and, like, turning all of their furniture upside down or some shit like that. Or, like...
Some of
Go
the
ahead.
only rooms, individual rooms, are yours, the captain's quarters, and Calathus's room, which is right next to your guys's. Which is
Wonderful.
locked.
Locked.
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, it starts out that way. So if you guys are trying to,
State is locked.
if you guys are trying to fuck with his room before he goes to bed,
Is it still locked after a 21?
no.
Shit.
It's a good luck. It's not that good. You didn't just kind of immediately just kind of tink, but it didn't take much more than that. You just kind of were like, okay, yeah, this is familiar. Boop. After a few moments.
Wonderful. It's not like a spider horror in here.
No. So okay, so you go into Calathus's quarters, and it's I don't know what Gloob was expecting, but I mean it. Do what?
I said I don't think I was. There was no expectations.
Okay. All right. Let me check something actually real quick. But for the most part, you do see it's a this room is very it doesn't look super extraordinary. Like there's a bed, an actual bed. It doesn't seem to be a cot. It seems to be like a bed that is like built into the side of the wall that kind of comes out to the side. It's not a giant room either. It's in the prow, right? So it's at this weird kind of angle where it's almost like in a giant triangle. That's in there. So you have the bed that's on kind of sticking out of one of the walls. You have a shelf that seems to have an assortment of. It seems to have a handful of books on it, as well as it seems to have. There's a lot of like plants. There's some that are living. It looks like he's keeping some living plants. None that require sunlight though. You see like a lot of fungi and moss and algae that's living, as well as what looks like jars and vials and other things that contain dried plants and herbs and stuff that seem to be on there. and just a lot like a lot of natural stuff. Like you see some stuff that is like some skulls from some small animals, from some fish, and the like. And as well as on one and kind of in the very prow, there's like a little kind of altar that seems to contain. Oh God, can't find what I'm looking for because I didn't write it down because I'm dumb.
That's a good song.
Don't ask
Lots
questions.
of
Don't
times.
ask questions. Why the fuck can't I find it? Jesus Christ. Okay, we're gonna keep this simple. But it seems to have a like a wooden carving up on the front that seems to be depicting like a wizened older man's face that seems to have like a beard and mustache and everything that is but that all appears to be made of plant life. It has this brown and green and seems to have what looks like maybe some kind of like antlers, horns, or something that's also kind of sprouting up from its head, but nothing you recognize. I doubt. But it's pretty bare bones. I mean, it looks like he's got a little closed chest in there as well. But and you know he's up there. He's got like a staff that he has up there. You're sure that goes in here somewhere. But it's definitely there's no windows. Shocker. I know. No windows. Yeah. But
So,
and I will say there's also a deep bowl that seems to be kind of affixed to the top of like a small stand that also seems to have some salt water. It seems to be full of salt water as well.
So after me and Lamel spend some time flipping everything upside down that we can safely, like we're not looking to break things. Everything's getting flipped upside down.
Okay.
I'll say do the sticky skin. Sticky skin.
It's kind of excretes it so that he's sticky or they're sticky.
I'm gonna take two of my fingers and like take it, and then the mustache to the bearded fellow on the altar, I am going to like curl it up.
It is. You can't curl it up. It is carved in. It's
okay.
carved.
So it was like,
No. Like it is like a detailed carving.
Oh, okay. All right.
Gotcha.
Never mind then.
Okay.
I thought it was like a moss beard.
No.
Yep.
This is like it is like been painted greens and browns, but
Gotcha.
it is
Never
a
mind.
carving.
Never
Yeah.
mind. But yeah,
All right.
that'll be about the extent of our night.
All right. Easy enough. You two some confused. What's happened in my room? Before the door shuts, you're like muttering in a language that you do not understand from beyond the other side of the door, and you're just kind of like, hey, yeah.
Dap up. Lamel.
They're a little confused, but they're kind of like they get the energy. They're like, oh yeah.
It's a grung thing.
Con save. They get poisoned at one point when you touch them. It seems a little sick. But yeah, okay. And so that brings us Mr. Fairfurrow, trying to send some massages.
Whoa.
Me, then roll my way.
If there's some cute pirates on the boat looking for them, I mean, I can't oblige, I reckon.
Alright, who are you messaging?
I am. What? I guess it's not too late at night. Prefer to not do it too late at night, but I'm going to try and change things up a little bit, and I am going to message. I just had it pulled up. Abaro Arosi.
Again, Abari?
Julian's son. I thought.
That's
wait,
Taro.
How is it? Oh.
You combined Abari and Taro. You got Abaro Rossi.
Borrow. Yeah,
Oh,
that was good.
It'd be a little lower down.
Yeah, no, you do it up, Cody. Do it up, Cody. Here we go. Right, like this. Yeah.
Cody gave up so fast.
He came out so fast.
Whack.
Okay. Hey, son, this is Bart. You doing all right? Rose treats you okay? Better listen to your mom. How you doing?
Terrorizing this child.
And that's it. I don't know if this is gonna freak this kid out, but I'm gonna give it a shot. There's a good chance he's like, it's talking to me in my head. What is this?
Stranger danger! Stranger danger!
That old caveman's talking to me.
Hey, the
Okay.
voices are back.
Also, okay, he got an 18 on basically a wisdom saving throw. Essentially, we're giving him 10s across the board, so he's got no bonus. This is an 18.
How generous of you to give a child a 10s across the board.
I know, he's a smart kid.
Good job, Julian.
Strong too, tough.
very tough child.
He's as strong as me.
His hit die is a D4 though, so average of 2. He has 2 hit points.
He's a 3.5 wizard.
Right.
Anyway.
Nothing like rolling in deep with 4 hit points. Let's go.
Anyway. Oh, good gracious. So you do a few moments later hear back Tara's voice. It's been okay. I always listen to my mom. Tell Dad I said so.
Insight check, is this kid full of shit?
Rolling a disadvantage. You can't see him.
I can't see him.
It's a 16 and a 17, so pretty high. I don't know. Insight. Yeah, that's disadvantage. You said 24.
Yeah. 24. Probably not entirely honest. You think you're like, he's a kid. He doesn't always listen to his fucking parents. That's a lie. Bullshit.
Well, I spoke with Taro. He said he's enjoying the trip all right, and that he's doing his best to mind his mom.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I bet too. I'm gonna be honest with you. He said he always minds your wife, but yeah.
I gave him the short bow, didn't I? He has a short bow, right?
I was just thinking, because he had some more words. He would have tacked on there. Keeping everyone safe, too.
Oh, hell
You
yeah.
can almost hear the, like, yeah, I'm protecting people.
Julian's like
Sound cool.
attempting to have a stern facial expression, but not particularly succeeding.
Yeah, I'll add it. And that he's getting that short bow and putting it to good use. Keep
Oh,
everyone
no.
safe. Yeah.
I bet Mom's thrilled.
Gloop's a bad influence.
Maybe he takes too much after his dad.
By the end of it, Julian's just grinning ear to ear.
Yeah. The next one I need to think a little bit more on. But no, Mark's just gonna go. Might have to spend a couple of them on there. To Captain. Excuse me, Captain Shepard. I was gonna say Commander Shepard. That's not the right one. He's
Wrong
not a commander.
rank.
He's just a captain.
Correct.
For now.
For now.
He's not even like an actual captain. He's like the acting captain, okay? Calm down. This is a field promotion. Like, it's not even a real captain.
Bloody Ward's a merchant. In magic goods. Li Shin being set up. And a whole lot of shit ain't what it seemed to be.
Did you just flip off the camera? That was uncool.
Damn.
Okay. You say all that?
Yep.
Bloody Ward's quite the name. But alright. figures there's infighting. Any idea on the culprit or who might be setting this all up? He has nothing to say for those last two words. I'm not out here going do 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 do. You pooping? Like
Love you.
Love you.
XOXO. Hugs and kisses. Actually, you say hugs and. That's all you do. Hugs and kisses is one word. It's the hugs dash in dash kisses.
Hell yeah, hyphens, they're awesome.
Woo! If there's no spaces, it's all one word.
That's opening up a whole realm of shit right there.
Yes, it is. And we're not actually conforming to that, so no. So everybody's aware. That is not actually how it works.
If Bart just speaks fast enough, he can put more work in there. Unfortunately, Bart speaks really slow.
You know what? I'd allow it, but there's a fairly high chance that they won't understand what you said, so you might just waste the spell. And you just get, what was that?
This guy was like, I was just trying to open up this package of cheese, and that was rough, and then you just started speaking in my fucking head.
It's very distracting. I was on the toilet, and just, whoa.
Anyway, Garmesh Breakbow might be someone stirring up trouble. All sides. Not sure yet. Gonna keep at it. How's things over there? Hope all's well.
Okay.
What was that? I was opening some cheese.
This shredded cheese real bad. This shredded cheese is really bad. It was a fresh bag, and it's the little, like, the resealable thing. Just really gets stuck sometimes. That name might sound familiar. I'll look into it. About as good as you can imagine. People are getting more and more stirred up. Fuck.
Oh no! Does he really say fuck at the end?
Sure.
Sure.
just kind of like a pause, like, fuck. Like, so far, that's 3 sending spells that have gone through so far. What do you have? A fourth, one or two fourth levels?
I got 2 fourths. I'm burning a 4th. Anders' parents might not killed by pirates. Fuck.
It's a good word. Good use of sending
Everything-
words.
Everything's safe there for now. Word on Firebrand.
Old Firebeard. It's your boy. You got 9 words left. You got anything else to say?
Any details would be great to have. My homie.
My homie. Gotta use all of them. It's a waste of magic if you're not using all 25 words. Okay?
I mean, it's a sacrilegious
Yeah,
sorority
this
if you
is-
don't use her gifts.
This is
to their
holy
full-
magic. If I'm not using it all, then what's the point? Like, she'd be offended, obviously. Alright. So, okay. So, what we just... there's so many back and forth here. Like, we've got to keep track of which information is from what sending. So, that was... You were just telling him that Anders' family may not have been killed by pirates. Fuck. And just seeing how dangerous things are, asking how dangerous things are, any word on Firebrand.
Right.
Does that like cover it?
As they announced they're going to
My
execute
homie.
him in a week.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Right. If not pirates, then who? fuck? That's a real problem. People are itching more and more to retaliate. Haven't heard anything yet. That's it. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't know about Sorolly.
Yeah, he's not getting none of. That's all I got for him tonight. If we get attacked by a dragon in our sleep, I'm gonna at least be able to cast one, I don't know, aura of life or some shit, resilient sphere, something.
Counterspell done. It's gone.
All right.
That's right. Mostly.
Well, I did some talking to Captain Shepard, and I let him know some of the information vaguely what we learned from. Oh shit, I have fucking no idea who I'm talking to. I just assumed that everyone was back in the.
I imagine at least Jakob's around, right? Because Jakob's like,
Yeah,
I'm not socializing with them pirates. I'm staying down here
That
where
book's
it's
real
safe.
interesting.
Staying here where it's safe. Coming back inside.
Yeah, I let him vaguely know some of the information we got from the captain. This captain, not him as a captain. Anyway. And he said that people are getting kind of antsy in Saltmarsh looking to retaliate. Yeah, so I don't know how that's going to play out. That sounds a little bit dangerous. And there hasn't been any word on Firebrand yet. And, yeah. So.
Well, could it be that somebody's trying to set up Saltmarsh to start a rebellion, and then the pirates back the rebellion, maybe?
I mean, that could be.
You know when they say retaliate, they mean against the Sea Princes.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's-
I think
that
he was
is-
thinking.
Yeah, that's the kind of fervor that has been whipped up.
I think you mean they were trying to get fervor up against the Sea Princess, not so much against the crown.
Mm.
In either case, the last thing Saltmarsh needs right now is more violence.
Nobody
Well-
needs more, but at any time.
I mean, as Captain Artois said, wasn't Breakbow trying to get a war to happen, so all the Sea Princes would band together and fight under one banner or something against whoever?
Conjecture. Artois knows. I don't know what that word means. That's one you said earlier. I wrote down the meaning. But yeah, he said that Breakbow was definitely wanted things to go the way it back to the way it was, and would think that war would do that. But everything else we've just kind of come up with, that could definitely be the case, though. It's not confirmed.
You think maybe Breakbow did something to get this Wahagan all riled up to maybe be the weakening factor? In the
See, I don't think so, because the way Artois describes Breakbow, he's not the smartest.
Right, but he's not calling the shots. He's just the enforcer.
I think he described both him and his prince as
Oh,
big,
okay.
big-headed and not the brightest.
I might have misunderstood that. Okay. Well,
I mean, that could be just Artois, be Artois, but he didn't make him sound like a mastermind.
Did he describe him as not the brightest, or just as brutish? You can be a brute and still be clever.
true.
Typically, brutes aren't masterminds or strategists, at least in my experience.
Maybe not as many layers, but
I hear ogres have those.
I didn't want to do it. We're talking about
Onions! Fucking, you just hear that from Glamel in your head. Gloom's like,
Gommel's just in there eating an onion like an apple.
Y'all lost me at Zoomies, and I've not been able to get back because of shit like this.
In any case, yeah, maybe we can ask them about that. Maybe we can try to see some angles. I kind of get the idea that the good captain might have a little bit extra insights. That he's might not be stringing along quite all the threads in front of us to pluck at just yet.
Yeah, me too.
But maybe if we rub our heads together enough, we can start a fire. Like an idea, I mean.
This image of me and Glamel both give you a very confused look when
Glamel doesn't understand anything that's being said except for like what is leaking through the earpiece from you.
Our looks of confusion are from the same aren't from the same source. He's just perpetually confused.
Yeah. Glamel's struggling a little bit. Language barrier is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, right, I don't mean, I that's all I got.
Have you messaged Captain Darby yet?
I have not. The Captain Shepard messaged me quite a few times and kept asking more questions, so I had to use a good bit amount of magic on him. Want to save some in case we ran into some trouble, as we have a couple of times that night.
Okay. Maybe I can convince Artois to tell me who his prince is, maybe. I don't know if he has a prince. I didn't read about it in the book. Kinda always did his own thing.
Right, I mean, you don't gotta be a sea prince, or what are they called? Sea princes? I don't think you gotta be a prince to be or have one to be a pirate. I mean, you can just get a boat and do some stuff.
Yeah, I don't think he was.
In any case, yeah. Seems like some really good books. You'll have to let me read through them.
Are you talking to Jakob? Those books are gross. I read like half a page and I was done.
No, I'm talking about Captain Darby.
Oh, I'm digging my backpack. I'll pull
Let's
out the
do
little
that.
booklet.
This looks like glue. It's adult literature glue. You're just a little bit too young for it.
You say so. Also, there's a little bit, and I'll hand the book of the adventures of Captain One-Eyed Darby to Bart. There's a little bit of offense taken to the froggy position, whatever that is, by the way.
It's real respectful.
You're getting a hard side eye from Julian right now, just like.
Oh, this is the best thing.
Is that the one with the thing?
Bart, not in front of our friend.
or at all. Just not.
There's no understanding on Glamel's face of what's going on right now. None whatsoever. Eyes, nothing. There's nothing going on in there. Like,
Look at him, he's in shock.
I'm about to be in shock.
You're an adult, Julian. It's okay. You know these things.
Knowing them.
Nope. No one should know
Discussing.
those things.
You could just like see him praying to all of his gods in his head, just like, oh.
alright. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I broke into Calathus' room. And
Huh?
yeah, it's fine. There was a thing in there. Like one of your sky people, I think. And he was old guy, like a beard, but it was like moss and twigs and stuff were in it. Like, does this sound familiar? That's about all I remember. What else do you remember anything else about it? I'll ask Glamel.
About what?
Oh shit, you don't. the wooden man.
Face.
Ah, he had a face.
Anybody who'd like to roll a knowledge religion check may.
18.
18? Okay. I wouldn't say this is particularly obscure, so it's not hard.
No.
No? Are you guys sure? What were your totals?
11.
11? Okay, not quite that
18.
easy. 2. Wow, really not that easy. Okay, with an 18, yeah, this sounds like a depiction of Obed High.
Wait. Don't I get that as a freebie since he's one of the ones I worship?
Is he one of the ones you worship? Okay, yes, sure.
I think. Hold on, let me. I have the list. Give me a
Okay, I
second.
didn't know he was okay. That was my mix-up. I didn't realize he was one of the. I don't have the list of your gods just like off to the side here.
No, actually.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a crucifix. I thought that was a plus. Okay, my bad.
Okay, he's not okay. I was about to say, I was like, I didn't remember you mentioning him before.
Yeah.
So.
that fella's Obahai. He's kind of a
Bless
little
you.
bit.
Yeah, he's nature, god of nature, and there's not like the natural world and stuff.
Yeah, he's kind of all about natural forces and probably helps them, channel weather and making sure the seas are calm and things like that. But also trees and animals and stuff. There, he's a good guy. He's pretty
Oh.
okay.
So he's like cold kill.
I mean,
Kinda.
yeah, in some ways. I mean, he's kind of for the whole natural state of stuff, I guess you could say.
What's the difference? Okay. Is there
If I
anything else
remember
that I'd like to
correctly,
do? Yes.
The reason I did not have him included was because he was not worshipped in our region.
There you go. He's not obscure, but he's not local either. So Bart like talked to like a lot of people travel through Gilbin, so it makes sense that be at least a little bit familiar, especially people who are traveling, both land and sea. Nature's very all-encompassing, so if you're trying to worship somebody, pay a little homage to somebody who you think might ease your travel for storms and the like, then Obitai's a good one. So Procan, little more niche of the water variety of travel. So, all right.
What was the deity that you mentioned, Yakko?
Total kill.
Oh, okay.
There's so many fucking gods in Greyhawk, that's all I'm saying.
I don't know if
Too
I'm
many.
pronouncing that correctly.
They are regionally divided.
Too many
You can
gods.
look it up.
Too many gods. Read through looked at the list. I'm like, there's like 80 motherfuckers on here. Oh my god. Oh my gods. Jesus. Where's monotheism when I need it to make my life easy for?
Now you got 6 cultures worth of gods in this bitch. Let's go.
Too many. Too many. And it's not small pantheons for each. Anyway, is there anything else anybody would like to do tonight?
No, after that's all wrapped up, at least on Julian's behalf. Like I said, he's feeling way better than he had been. He's gonna make an early night of it.
Mhm.
No brooding, no alcohol.
No brooding. Always got to brood. You used all your brooding time during the day. Weirdo.
He got all
Pre-
of his
pre-brooding.
brooding slots back.
Okay, that's why he's got to rest. He's got to get those brooding slots back. He burned them all during the day. All right. They're less effective during the daytime because it's not dark. The sunlight kind of harshes the mellow, reduces the effectiveness. Anyway, is there anything anyone would like to do? Is everybody just kind of going to bed?
Yeah, I'll probably just head on to bed.
Okay.
Wait, Glue, do fey creatures, they sleep? They just kind of just stay up all the time.
Mel, do you sleep?
He just kind of nods like,
Mel sleeps.
All right. Well, it's. I hope he's tired because I sure as heck can. I still smell like fish.
you do smell like fish. You could press to digitate that. You just kind of.
I have like 6 times. God.
It won't come off. It never goes away. That's terrible. All right. Yeah. Does anybody give any kind of sleeping space? Is there any kind of sleeping space created for Glamel by any chance?
I was just gonna say, I sleep in here. Actually, you know what? Here, I have a bedroll in the bag of holding.
I was say Glamel does not look amphibious. Just put that out there.
I think he would be about as willing to share space with Julian as Julian would be to share space with him.
At the entire time that y'all have been in the same room, you've been like very, very purposely kept in the periphery, with at least 1 to 2 people separating you, separating the two of you.
At least once he uses minor illusion to just kind of a hazy little figure of an eel, kind of overlaid, and it's gone. There it goes. Like maybe a second.
Doesn't like that. Yeah. But, alright. So, yeah, you bust out a bedroll for Glamel, and they kind of put it down. And you, like, lay it out like, I think this is how it's supposed to go. Glamel promptly, like, makes, like, a nest out of it. Just kind of like... Because, you know, they're little, and so they want it to be, like, all-encompassing. So just kind of...
Nice.
Nice little cocoon.
Sick.
Alright. So, if everybody is going to the bedtimes,
Mm-hmm.
we will progress to the next day. Ah. The sun is shining. There are no birds because you're in the middle of the fucking ocean right now. There are no birds singing. The fish are flopping.
I feel like I should prepare fine traps and calm emotions. They're probably going to be super necessary for the rest of this trip.
As soon as Gloob wakes up, he springs out of the tub and sees if Glamel is still there.
How early is Gloob waking up, you think?
As soon as he does, it's good to see him.
You wake up before Glamel, so Glamel is still burrowed. And there, you woke up early enough.
I don't know when he's gonna pop out of existence. So it was
Disappears
What?
one day.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, on this 3rd full day of travel, who would like to roll a d20 for me?
Oh, who hasn't done it? Okay, do it.
Yeah, I think I rolled for Glamel.
Roll for Glamel. Roll for NPC.
16.
16.
I feel like
Another one shows up. His brother.
Do what?
I feel like the 16's been rolled before, right?
Is not, actually. Julian, roll a d6, or somebody else roll a d6 for me. Somebody roll a d6. I don't care who.
6.
6.
Yeah, it's like good or bad, good or bad. It's such an extreme number.
Okay.
Just react negatively regardless.
All right.
How many dragon turtles are attacking?
12. All right.
16 too.
So, for the start of your day, what's everybody doing?
Breakfast. Breaking fast.
All right.
After snacking on some breakfast, I will walk around the deck with Glamel and teach him everything I have learned about pirating and boating so far.
Okay. Roll. I'm trying to think of how to do this. I think I'm going to do this the way you had me roll a teaching check. So roll a
Okay.
d20 plus your wisdom plus your charisma.
Okay, so that is +2. Do I get the D4?
This does not get the D4.
All right. So that's 11 total.
11?
Yeah.
Okay.
9 plus 2.
And then we're going to roll an intelligence check for Glumel. Which is
He's
not
doing well.
good. They rolled pretty good, though. So, the way you're kind of trying to explain concepts and stuff, you think probably not like the best way to explain them, kind of as you're talking. They do seem to be retaining some of it. Like, they seem to be kind of, like they're trying to pay attention, but it's kind of hard to hold their attention. And this isn't something like, you're not necessarily an expert on any of the subject matter. So it's kind of, you feel like maybe some of it's getting through. You're not quite sure.
Right.
All right. Anybody else is doing during the start of the day?
I just realized I can get rid of this thing if we need to.
Are you gonna banish Glumel? That's fucked up.
I mean, I'm not gonna prepare it.
Yet.
But if it becomes a problem, I might just be like, hey, I'm gonna use this pillow as a material component. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That's fucked up.
Bart would never do such a thing. If he would tell him, you gotta go home.
Go home.
So
Goodbye.
probably tells you, overstayed your welcome.
That's fucked up. I thought you were a peace domain cleric. I thought you were all about the hospitality. It's not very. It's not very neighborly of you, Bart.
When you overstay your welcome, you gotta let them know it's time to go. You gotta pull that dead and then go and get on out of here. It's past midnight. Too late. That's right.
All right. So, anything else anybody else is doing relatively earlier in the day?
Whenever I'm gonna keep trying to learn all the names and try and get backstories and starting cities for all the pirates on this boat. All the pirates. I'm gonna know their story, and
Okay.
I'm gonna help Jakob find a fucking friend.
Why can't we be friends?
We
can't
already are
we
friends,
be
but-
friends? Okay, I will say, kind of as you're going along and talking to him, how familiar do you think Bart would be with anywhere outside of Keeland?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Or just maybe from books,
Right.
and none of them like geography books, obviously.
Almost not a single soul. Like you can count on one hand. There's maybe 2 that seem to be from Keeland at all,
Sure.
out of this entire crew. So everybody else seems to be from the wider places of the world. Like they come from all over, varying backgrounds. Very common theme of none of them were ever wealthy.
Yep.
No, nobody was wealthy by any stretch of the imagination. Varying between like lower middle class to poor.
Shocking.
Right.
So that's
Right.
as much details we're gonna go in for now, because I'm imagining you're not grilling them.
No.
Roll a general persuasion check for me. We just want to see how well you do with like getting people to open up and just chat.
Do I get advantage because I'm giving them delicious food?
Sure. Sure.
I rolled an 18, so it didn't matter. Dirty, or I'm sorry, 24. 18
24.
plus
Did
2
you add
plus
your
four.
D4?
Yeah, 18 plus
Okay.
2 plus 4.
Okay. So 24. Yeah, like I said, you get most of them seem pretty happy to chat with you. Like they're not that. This doesn't seem like any information that like Artois would
Yeah, I came
disapprove of
from-
them sharing, and they're just kind of like, oh yeah, I came from here, I came from there. Like a lot of very very much like a lot of kind of talking about pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, and
Right.
and have got this profession allowed them to be so much more well off than they were previously, especially considering who they work for and what
Right.
his position is. So
But yeah, I'm just trying to continue along with like a over time progressing familiarity with the crew, that I might be able to ask more interesting questions
Mhm.
the day after that, and then
Right.
maybe more questions the day after that.
I got you. So yeah, like with that's like the broad strokes, and I'll say also with the 24, just broad strokes, something that's like you might not necessarily have expected is that they one and all seem to be legitimately loyal to Artois.
They're not like, "Arr, it's the way of the high seas."
Yeah, no, they seem to they're like legitimately loyal to him.
Gotcha. Okay.
So okay, Jacob, anything you're wanting to do, buddy?
Jacob will try to find Artois or the first mate.
Artois is on deck, and so would Arstead and Artois. I just realized I made them both of their last names are R names.
Arr.
Oops. Very piratey. Yeah, they'd both be around easily enough.
I'd probably talk to Arstead.
Yeah, he'd be directing people, kind of yelling at folks, very familiar, kind of like, oh, that's what people like. Person who's in charge of like fighting men and women or sailors, stuff. They tend to yell at people a lot. But yeah, so you're just looking for our stud.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, what? Jacob, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
About how long do you think till we get to your people's place?
Like I said, its initial journeys somewhere around it's about a week from where we were. We've had some pretty good winds, so maybe a little under. So after today, assuming he's kind of looking up at the sky, which it seems very kind of mild at this time, 4 more days, a little under that. Maybe sometime on the 6th day if we're lucky.
And how familiar are you with the things that are there?
The things in Holsworth?
Like stores, I guess.
Pretty familiar. Yeah, we spend a good most time in port is in Holsworth. Yeah. What you looking for something specific?
Oh yeah. I mean, I would be looking for a bookstore, any type.
I'm sure you can find one. There's not ton of readers, if you understand my meaning. But you can find most things there.
All right.
Maybe not always all the time, but a lot of frequent circulation.
And is Ward the only magical seller?
Probably the only one that you'll want to trust and go to that's independent. There's plenty of people who I'm sure there's some people who have brought magical trinkets in, but you could be getting taken for a ride easily enough, or something that might have a little extra tacked on what you're meaning to buy. But Ward makes all his own stuff. So.
All right. So pretty powerful guy if he's able to make his own things.
Yeah. Anybody else that is capable of anything similar is in someone else's pocket.
All right. And how likely is it that we're going to see? I know you said that the slave pits and
Fighting pits, yeah.
the fighting pits and the other one.
Chain planks.
I know what. Yeah. Those
We'll
are
have to
pretty
see them if you don't
self-con-
go to them. Easy enough to avoid. Plenty of people do.
Will there be people who are enslaved walking around?
Most places, probably not. You understand, this is outside of the fighting pits. There's not much use for any type of enslaved folk on Holsworth. Tends to be kind of a selling point there, the chain planks, distribution and the like. Other than that, not much time spent if they're not fighters anyway.
And the people who aren't fighters just killed? Or what are they
Depends on what they can do.
made to do?
I don't spend much time there. I don't know what the frequency are. I just know that they're the pits. Those are the ones that stay. I would assume anything from labor to if there's any that have any kind of particular talents that folks feel like they can get use out of. I'm sure there's some artisans. They feel like you don't got to pay them, and it's pure profit. Just kind of shrugs. Like I said, not a ton of use for them on the island itself. So those that aren't fighters don't tend to be stick around. He just kind of thinks for a second. Worth asking Ward. He might enlighten you on some things. He's kind of like looking at your face. Yeah, I think you'd be interested in talking to Ward. Outside of his goods.
Who should I talk to about religious slaves used for executions?
Like sacrificial slaves?
Yes. Just stone-faced.
Quite frankly, I don't know.
Is that a common type of
Not around
slave?
Wolf's Hearth, I don't think.
Is it common for the sea princes to pick them up, sell them?
Look, not everyone is exactly super intimate with everyone else's business relationships or business dealings, but from what I know, not so much. Maybe in the past. He's kind of shrugs, but those that do deal, it seems to be easier to pick up higher value. Someone who sells high.
I don't think I got.
Let me see. Yeah, he just kind of he's like, I'm not exactly a religious man myself, so I don't know what kind of work. Who would be looking?
That's a shame.
He just kind of thinks of it as like, if you say so.
I can't find the name of that isle.
The Abbey Isle of the Abbey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that doesn't really have an actual name. Don't know why. Couldn't tell you.
Isle of the Abbey.
Yeah.
Do you know anybody that been making deals around the Isle of the Abbey in the last, I think it was a month, 2 months? I don't know how long it's been.
That's not
In the-
terrible.
Period.
It's been relatively recently. It's been a little bit. Let me, sorry, I gotta check something. Where the fuck are all my tabs? I have too many tabs open. Everybody, just so everybody's aware. I gotta pull up his, what bonuses he's getting. He just looks, thinks for a second. He's like, not anybody I know that I can think of. I'm sure there's ships that is a little close to the mainland for my liking, but I'm sure there are some people that are brave enough or stupid enough, depending on your opinion.
Do the princes usually let their people go that close?
You don't let anybody, but maybe ill-advised. Outside of, like, you understand, for the most part, if you belong to the holdings, mostly it's protection / if you're called on specifically to do something by one of the princes, or kind of jerks thumb over to Artois, or one of them. For the most part, you do your own thing. Fairly independent.
The slavers might fall under a certain prince, but not have direct orders from them.
Right, that's possible. We also don't not every ship, not every crew is located in Holsarth.
Yeah, we've seen that.
It's one of those that if it's not one of us, it may be hard to tell the difference between a holdings vessel and a independent vessel. Though ours tend to be a little better, crew wise, more skill.
Hey, have you heard of anybody making any dealings with a dark religious organization?
Off the top of my head, no. That'd be a bad idea, I imagine. It's one of those
agree.
things, those religious types, they kind of, as they get a hold of you, they tend not to want to let go. I can't imagine anybody who's... I'm assuming this is pertaining to you're talking about sacrifice. Probably something that's hard to get away from once you're stuck in it. I can't imagine anybody in the holdings who would want to commit something like that. Hard to extricate yourself from.
Interesting. Well, I'll get out of your hair. I see you're busy.
Just kind of smack somebody who looks like they're just kind of standing in what they think is his blind spot. Just kind of gonna take a breath right here. He's busy being talked. Smack! Ah, shit! Get back to work.
As I said, busy.
Yeah.
Hey.
I could keep these in line without even. I could do a blindfolded. But yeah.
Thank you for talking to me.
Real boring trip if I didn't talk to anybody. Alright. Is that all you got?
Jakob will go downstairs
Mhm.
and at least get Gloob and Julian back to the room.
Okay.
I know Bart will probably be cooking, but if I can convince Bart, I would convince Bart to come back to the room.
Okay. So while you're
Luke's
doing that,
probably on deck,
Yeah.
so you could just grab me right there.
easy enough. Was there something? I saw you doing a whole lot of this. Was there something you were wanting to?
I don't want to metagame, but I do want to remind Jakob of something. We saw a boat there. He could describe it for him, maybe. Did we not see a boat there? Am I crazy? Am I misremembering this? Did we not see a broken down vessel? Because we were told.
This is the remains, yeah, because the cultists and the pirate ship kind of did each other in, for the most part.
Well, okay. For remembering something, you'd
Yeah,
say
be
it was
a straight wisdom, yeah.
19.
pretty
18
good.
plus 1.
You remember pretty good.
Do himself a big memory.
Don't do
He rolled a 2 on the dice. He does not recognize that description. Unfortunately, it's not a ship he's familiar with. So he's kind of I can't say that I'm familiar with it. So, I mean, while I might not necessarily know the crew, I see a lot of these ships going around. So that's probably not one out of Holsarth at least. Those are the ones I would know most easily by sight. So.
Well, as I said, get out of your hair. Thank you.
Kind of.
Hey, Glue.
Yeah.
I need to talk to you.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, I gotta go talk to Jakob. You see that guy's bandana?
Looks. Yeah.
Blow boogers in it and put it back into his pocket. I'll be back soon.
Big sniff. Just starts smiling. All right.
I'll
Why are
breathe.
you like this?
Okay.
Insert Gloop singing Lady Gaga, baby, I was born this way.
My cat is being very bad.
Ow.
I will find Julian, say much the same thing of need to talk to you, meet me in the room, and then I'll talk to Bart, but say it's not too terribly important, but I can like, it's important information, but not immediately important. So, you are muted.
I mean, y'all can just come on here and talk in the kitchen real quick. I mean, it's just me and Brilla in here right now.
Oh, or is the food not ready?
He's probably like around, like probably after breakfast time, so he's probably like cleaning up.
Then, yeah, I would go find everybody.
Yeah. I think it's hysterical that he's on this boat that's in the middle of the, like, as far as most like normal people are concerned, the bottomless depths of the ocean. He's just like, yeah, I'm in full plate. Who gives a shit? I got a ring of
The
swim.
plate stays on.
Fine. I'm fine. God
You
forbid
said
anybody
only-
ever like dispels your ring while you're in the ocean. You just go. Ah.
Hey, I get a athletics check disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yep.
said, I'm gonna take one big, and I'll start cutting this shit off as I sink to the bottom of the ocean. And
Yeah, what's the you get a check at disadvantage, but hell, what's that fucking DC?
Probably much worse in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
I've got it.
If we're getting super realistic, even if he cuts it off in time, he'll have died to pressure and shit.
But anywho, so you're able to get everybody kind of gathered up. I would imagine, unless anybody else doesn't want to go, by all means.
Julian was not doing anything of import.
All right.
So what's up?
Look, I know what's going on with Firebrand. Mighty important. And we have to deal with the people from Orcus. But I asked the first mate some questions about the people from the island, the island of the Abbey,
right.
and
See visible confusion as Julian's trying to figure out how these things are related.
To be fair, those people from the Isle of the Abbey, those were the Orcus people.
No,
so
he
that
meant
is connected.
all
There's
that
through
whole
line.
thing and the pirates.
Gotcha.
Like he's
Yeah, I gotcha. Fair enough.
I asked him about the slavers.
Right. He already said he
And
doesn't
I have-
with the slavers.
I mean, it was worth a shot of asking if he knew them, potentially giving me some information about it, because I have every intention to find those people, and I have every intention to kill them, and to set those women and children and men free. I know the holds, that's something I can't deal with now, but the groups that do what they did on the Abbey, they're beyond despicable. I despise the thought of enslaving anybody, but the thought of enslaving somebody just to have them die and to waste their life. People that do that, they don't deserve another chance. And so I asked the first mate some things, if these people are being commanded by the princes or whatnot, and it sounded like they might fall under a certain prince for their protection, but they're not getting certain orders from them. I figured if we find the people that are providing the slaves to the Orcus cult, they might have information on top of, me getting what needs to be done.
Right. Definitely a worthwhile use of time. We've got like a lot on the docket before we get to other things, though.
Right, it's something we absolutely need to get to, but as far as a plate is being full, I mean, there's gravy running off the edges right now.
Yeah, and that's why I said I know that there's a lot, but this is my intention down the road. Down the road as quickly as possible. I know there's other things that will come up and will be important, but their
It's
lives
a goal,
are.
for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Like
And who knows?
slavery's wrong. And murder's bad. Sacrifice is unnecessary and terrible. 100%, yeah.
Who knows? Killing the Orcus cult might give us information about it.
The problem is there's always going to be more slavers and more cultists and more bandits and more. The list, that it just keeps going like that.
Well, if you kill enough of them, they'll at least have you in your head as boogeyman, or you in their head as boogeyman. And who knows? It might change some people's tunes. I'm not. How do you say? Blind to the fact that it's always going to happen.
I'm just saying.
They would need to be punished.
I'm just saying it's a big world, and could be easy for one man with a mission to lose himself in it.
Well,
So-
thankfully, there's 4 of us.
Just perspective is all I was asking. For you.
Knowing that I'd save people's lives and freedom from that hell. I don't want to die. But if I did doing that, I think it would have been worth it.
Blue will stay silent this whole time, but as soon as Jakob's eyes meet his, he'll just give a silent but affirming nod.
All right. I will elbow Gloob and give him a nod. I told you.
I'll also relay any information that I missed from the...
Also, the things that I forgot just 5 seconds ago.
Look,
Yeah.
brain go on, Burr.
All right.
This music is so fucking loud some of the
Yeah.
time.
That's interesting about. I mean, we'll try to get to it next. Got a whole lot to do, but we can get to it. We got time. Might not be today or tomorrow or the next couple of weeks, but we can get to it.
Julian's just sitting there with like this look on his face while he's like envisioning all of the things on their list of shit to get to at some point.
It's a big list. A lot wrong in the world.
Speaking of Orcus, have you tossed the necklace yet, or are we taking it to the holes, keeping it there? Not necklace,
The medallion.
amulet.
Yeah.
That medallion coin thingy.
Bitch is gone. I believe you pitched it as far as you could into the ocean. From y'all, from the boat, if I recall correctly. That's what y'all determined that, like, oh, it's just a homing beacon.
Nah,
You are
Fucking
correct.
yeeted the shit out of that fucking thing into the ocean.
Okay, never mind.
Shot put the fuck
I
out.
never asked.
What the?
He's like, that was just a gold piece. It's right here. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, I
you
kind of like
mean
this
this
one.
What's the problem? What's wrong?
Oh, I made
Yeah.
copies.
I just here you take the amulet, you hand it to the little booger dude, and then you banish him back to the Fey realm.
That's fucked up. Why do you keep calling him a little booger, dude? Come on, it's a
Because that's-
boggle.
Bitch.
There's only one O.
Right. That's because
and no
Bart
art.
comes from. That's because Bart comes from a weird place, and he's pretty sure that book said booger.
Bart can't read. That's all I learned today.
I mean, he didn't have like a textbook from the convenience store or from like a bookshop or something. This was probably some handwritten book by some halfling who heard it from two other halflings. And somewhere along the line, it became booger because they do act like little shithead boogers. So it makes sense to me.
You don't got the latest copy of like National Geographic Feywild edition, like nothing like that. None of their flipping. They're like, that's very informative. Lick my finger before I turn the page. All right.
Zoo books, but for Fae.
Okay.
Pokédex.
God damn. All right.
Did you ask him about Balin or just the Abbey?
I just asked him about the Abbey, but I can ask him about Balin if you'd like. Or we all can. I don't think it needs to be private.
Yeah, maybe when we have a conversation, we can talk about Balin and then the guy that he described as well.
I was a little bit vague on the religious organization that they were using slaves with, but he knows that there's a connection between the sacrificing of slaves and an extreme religion. I don't know if y'all care if he knows that it's an Orcus cult, but I figured the less people that know that we're being bothered by them, the better.
I mean, I don't care who knows we took out an Orcus cult. I mean, more people should know that a cook and a couple of guys and a brave frog from a nobody place went into an island and did a lot of good. That sounds like something everybody should know. Let them know our names. Tell them where to find. Well, okay, I mean, we just got rid of that amulet. We don't want them to know where to find us, but you know what I mean. It's a good story. It's something everyone should try to do.
3 zombie clots next time.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Tell them where we're at in 5 weeks' time and give us a heads up.
In fact, don't come. It's no bother.
Around this time, here, pirate comes down. Hey, Captain wants to see all y'all on deck. Kind of important. Turns around and hauls butt back up the stairs.
Oh shit. Mel may have did something else. It was just boogers. Go take it. I'll take off running.
There's multiple boogers now?
There's like a look of like just pleading in Julian's face as he makes eye contact with Bart. Just
yeah, we'll head back up the
You guys
deck.
go up- okay. Y'all go up there. It is a flurry of activity as you guys get up there. People are kind of moving around. Like, man, you see people checking the scorpions as well as the ballista on the front of the deck. And as you guys go up to Artois, I assume. Well, my friends, it is unfortunate that we're encountering a bit of a situation. And with your sensibilities in mind, I figured that we would allow you to make the decision. He pulls out a spyglass, or he has a spyglass in his hand, and he says, "Whoever would like to look," and proffers it to one of you.
Blue snatches it away.
Okay, so you get it, and he just kind of like puts kind of one hand on your shoulder, and then the other kind of like directing you where to point the spyglass, and kind of off a little bit, not like on a direct course with you guys, but kind of moving like almost at a diagonal. You see 2 smaller vessels, and I'll say now you won't have to make a check because you've been to Seaton, but you see flying the colors of the Keelish military. That is a problem. We are a big ship. And those are fast ships. However, kind of gestures one hand over at Calathus. I probably have a better sea witch than them. But it will cost us time to avoid them. He just kind of looks at all four of you.
Well, right. I mean, you're not really a strictly legal boat, so I don't imagine pulling over and showing up your license is going to be the best thing to do.
That is not an option. We exist as partially to make a statement. Hence, we fly our colors proudly.
Right.
So I imagine they already know who we are. And they want to chase us down. It is possible to avoid them. But like I said, it will cost us time.
Julian giving it a big think.
Could maybe fuck up their sails or something.
Perhaps. That will be close enough for them to engage, so.
Oh, no, not you. I meant me.
Oh,
Well,
yourself?
I mean, we don't want to do that. I mean, they're still out here. No offense, Captain, stopping bad people from doing bad things, and I feel like if maybe some of your other buddies that might not be as nice as you were to come along and find a couple of crippled keyless military vessels, that might not be a good time for people on the boats.
Oh, to clarify, Bart, I meant
Yeah.
to get some of my feathered friends to maybe undo some ropes or something.
Depending on the extent to provide enough of a slowdown that they could not keep track of us. Probably require a little more than that. Those are pirate hunters. They are meant to be fast.
And they would openly pursue and engage a more well-equipped ship with more men.
That's why there are two of them.
I suppose.
How much longer?
It depends on the weather and on how much better Calathus is than their witches. He just kind of looks over at Calathus, and Calathus looks like shrugs. He is confident, but it will cost us time. At the very least, the time we gained through the weather the other day.
Well, then
Maybe longer.
at best it's neutral. It's the time that we accounted for. At worst, it's more time.
As I said, I leave the decision in your hands. However, he just kind of looks around at you. I will prioritize the safety of my men over theirs.
Right, I understand. I mean, I'm always going to be for not having a conflict for two groups of people that feel like they're doing the right thing. I'd say if
Just kind of like looking back and forth between him and Julian.
I'd rather not risk anyone else dying.
Bart,
Julian looks at Yakov and says,
I have already asked quite a bit of your moral compass. I am not going to pressure it further.
I appreciate that. I'd rather not leave these men stranded to die in pirate territory if it came down to it.
Bart, you might be able to lie to them to save them.
Right, that's the plan I had. If I can get that spyglass from you and see someone on the deck, I might be able to talk to them.
Yeah. And we can at least try that, and maybe we don't lose time, and maybe they turn around. I doubt it, but
If you would like to try, I will not stop you. The choice is yours. I told you on our first meeting that we would not ask you to do anything that you would take affront to.
And I know you don't like the idea of leaving them stranded, but if it's between that and combat,
Well, yeah, of course.
I could destroy their rudder.
I would, of course, I would rather them be alive and stranded than dead. Yes.
Just
rather.
putting options out there.
So odds are good that they have some form of repair material upon their vessel. It would be foolish otherwise. But you have to get close enough to cause significant damage to slow them, which is risky to your person.
I doubt they'll expect it from the water.
Probably not.
Just let some tendrils dance around his hands and fingers.
Just kind of. Most do not. No.
Gloob will open the spyglass one more time and look at it and count if they have ballista or scorpions on their ship, and how many of these.
They do appear to have. They appear to have multiple scorpions. Like I said, these vessels appear to be meant for speed, and they're still a little far out. Roll a perception check for me, just straight, since you're using the spyglass. It's like y'all. It's kind of like both vessels noticed each other while like all vessels while they were both kind of far out. So a little distance between you still.
19 plus 4 for a 23 total.
Very nice. So I'll say you will see that, like I said, these are hunter vessels. So kind of like how predators have forward-facing eyes. That's a big indicator. Whereas this vessel kind of has its stuff kind of evenly spread out, where it's on the side and then the big ballista on the front. The scorpions on these vessels appear to be closer to the front, where you have two sets of two. You have each one appears to have 4 right near, like much closer to the front.
Okay.
So where they would be pursuing a vessel that they would be able to have the best odds of being able to fire.
You said 4 on each?
4 on each, yes.
Okay. They have 4 of the smaller ones on each vessel, and they'll point towards the ballista up front.
Okay.
So.
How much time do you think you got?
Julian looks to.
Are you asking
the pirate
Artal?
captain.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's very possible that we can maintain the gap and eventually widen it, depending on the weather and what Callisus is able to influence.
Alright.
If we are very unlucky, just kind of looks over at them, matter of hours. If we somehow end up dead in the water.
How long will your plan take?
He's talking to Bart.
Well, I gotta get a good sight on one of them to try and talk to them, and then figure out a way to convince them to break off from this boat. And probably need to discuss with the captain what I might be able to say and might not be able to say, since, like you said, these are your colors being flown.
Yes. Part of our purpose is to prove a point.
Right.
Could tell them we have some type of highly infectious disease, not to come near at all.
That's an option. Maybe we can workshop that a little bit.
Jakob says, we got COVID. Stay away.
We got the Rona. We're coughing. Stay back.
We're all sick and there's no masks here.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Okay.
All right.
Lie, run, disable. That's those steps that we're doing here, right?
Well, trick, not necessarily lie.
Deception.
Deception is such a good word. Very versatile.
Well, if disabling is what you want, let me know.
That's step 3. If step 1 and 2 doesn't work.
I'm not exactly well suited to either of the first two. So
Okay.
All right.
So for the moment, we will set ourselves on a non-direct course, but not quite
Right.
directly away.
Right. Still need to be able to get close enough to where I can see someone who looks like they are an authority figure.
So a little closer at the very least.
Right.
Very well.
And oh, good.
I was like, he starts calling out orders to his crew.
I pocket the spyglass.
I mean,
This
you see, you
motherfucker
guys,
right here.
you guys said you needed it, so
Yeah, I still
to
need to
spot
use
him.
that.
So see if you can keep it secret, keep it safe. But as you guys begin contemplating and thinking of what bullshit you're going to try to feed these guys, and Artois begins to turn his course a little more head on so that you guys can close that distance that you need. That's where we're going to tonight's session.
Yeah.
So, hope everybody had a good time. I know I did. Hope y'all had fun. Always happy that y'all want to play with me. Make my heart feel good.
Oh.
Oh, so nice. And I hope anybody who's watching, I hope y'all had a good time despite technical difficulties. Do apologize for that. Have that fixed before next Monday, because fucking god damn it. But thank fucking, I almost called you Milo. Thank Julian for having the backup set up so that we were still able to do out the rest of the session. Hell yeah. Gotta keep that motherfucking thing on you somewhere. But yeah, we do this. We're Hard Night Dice. Once again, we're doing that charity for the International Medical Corps. Take a look at that link. Hopefully that'll pop up again here in a moment. And you do good things for people who need it over in the Ukraine, need the mental and the physical health stuff seen too. We do this game here, DM'd by myself, the Gosm, the Ghost of Saltmarsh, every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, obviously. Duh. You're not using Eastern Standard Time. What are you doing? But that is the time. That is the time zone we are in, and that's how we base our stuff. On Saturdays, we have our Across Eberron game, which is DM'd by this dude right here, the Gloob. He is not a frog most of the time. In that one, he's God. He is the source of all of our woes over that way, which we're fuck it, we're doing so good right now. We're fine. Nothing wrong going on there. But that is on Saturdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so you definitely check out that as well. Before we go, we'll raid these folks over here at Dice Cream Sandwich. I can never remember. I need to keep better track of when I frequently raid people, because I find certain names just more attractive to raid because they catch my eye. But so they do TTRPG things too, so go say hi and be nice and cheer them on as they do stuff like we do stuff, because we want to support everybody. So we'll see y'all later. Bye!
Bye.